Charm, she's a stunner. Flipping through glass like the latest craze. Trying him to cook, oh how they dazzle they We keep it real, spilling the truth. In a circle of queens, there's always truth. From lipstick shades, so that's sweet. Sharing the vibe, feel the edges of the crease. Page by page, return our worlds. Sit still and strong and life unfurled.
Hey, ladies and gents, we are back for round 2. We have a short video, less than 18 minutes. Of course, we listened to the first part of Dre and Nesto's conversation. Okay, they jail call. And at the end of that call, Nesto say, do you want me to call you back, bestie? You still need to get some steam, some smoke off your chest. And Dre said, if you want to call me back, call me back. Nesto did call him back, but the call did not last the 30-minute, time frame. Nesto had to get off early. Okay, he said he had to take his medication. All right, so we will pick up where we left off with the second phone call with Dre and Nesto. I'm dropping the link, so we will go back to the documents just in case we missed anything. We want to cover something else. We thought of something after the call, and then we're going to let them documents rest until after the 30th. We on a 3-day fast, baby. We on a 3-day countdown to court, okay? We are itching. We are on the edge of our seats trying to figure out what Nesto gonna do. Is he going to plead or not? Charles, somebody texting me. And this is my normal time frame. So what they want? Hold on, y'all. Everybody know 6 and 6:30 is dedicated to the YouTube streets, Sunday through Saturday. I was gonna say Monday through Friday, but sure, 7 days a week. Okay. All right. Let me see what y'all talking about in this chat. We gotta give. He's going to check. Don't talk about he gonna cry. Sure. Hey, always loving life 804. Thanks for coming back. Chick-fil-A girl, I saw your comment. Y'all told me he gonna cry. Hey, Mississippi Shell and ATL, you popped in on the first live as well. Hey, Nestos, you back? Thank you so much for coming back. I appreciate you modding for me twice in one day. Hey, no. Hey, honey, say that. Hey, Tasha B. You've been listening in the bushes, okay? Vic to the Veil is back. Mons, Tanya B here. Chanel. I'm glad y'all came back, y'all, because I don't know what the panel gonna do today. I'm just gonna drop the link. Hey, Cross Country Cruiser. Hey, Eve. We back. I just ate my turkey leg. Okay. Street corn and barbecue baked beans from the festival. Let's go. Don't fall asleep now. Tanya B, the dark comments. Yes. Hey, let's talk about it all. I appreciate y'all coming back to cut up with me. Sure. It ain't no crying on the jail calls, Nesto. Listen, and I took that from there's no crying in baseball. Hey, Jackson Tabasco, welcome back. Miss E, welcome back. Thank y'all so much. Hey, TD Will. I appreciate everybody coming back. One of my mods, she may be here temporarily. She said she has a prior engagement. Hey, I'm free to be me. Hey, Black Cat, thank you for coming back. Cupcake, you too. I can remember most of y'all from the chat. I don't know how. Hey, CW, welcome back. Vicky said there's no crying in crime, period. You do the crime, you do the time. Okay, Vic? Okay. Oh, there we go. Took a little while to refresh. Hey, Miss JEJ, thanks for coming back. All right, all right. I already got it up. We got oh goodness, I'm gonna get something to drink. We got Dre and Nesto in the matching outfits. Okay, orange is the new black. Oh my goodness. Tanya B. Just messy for no reason. Talking about orange is the new black. I don't know where I left off at. They matching. They besties. Hey Bank, how you doing, sis? Was getting caught up on part one. Okay, hurry up and come back. I'm back. Thank you, Florida Girl 813. Okay. Oh, there she go. I missed there she go. Hey, there she go. How was the birthday dinner? Hey, a lady. If y'all missed it, there she go. Birthday was on yesterday. Taurus gang gang. We'll give them 2 more minutes, y'all. We'll just cut up for a little bit. Give them to the 10-minute mark, and then we're gonna get on and popping and started. Okay. Okay. Or I could read some. Let me see. I had some good comments from the replay gang. I could read a few of them, and then that'll kill some time. Let me pull them up. I'll just put them up on my phone just so we can, for time, okay, for time purposes, because we definitely gonna get started. Oh, we down to a minute. I gotta hurry up. There were some good comments. Oh, community. Mm-mm-mm. Hey, the tall diva. Child, I keep clicking on all the wrong stuff. Okay, from our live earlier today, part one, someone said, I'm not gonna. Oh, this Mississippi Shell, the ATL. I can say her name. If I'm not familiar with the name, I'm not gonna say it. Mississippi Shell, the ATL said Dre's son signs, but I think she may have meant sounds like he was SA at a college party, or he may be Rainbow. 'Rainbow. 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 ' Chick-fil-A girl say I can't stand his damn terms. Super grown. Okay, again, Mississippi Shell and ATL, Daryl popped up because you called him. A lot of people said that in the chat. Alexander as a team member in the training. She is the wait a minute. She is the key to the open door. She is fresh, smart, and a chameleon like Erica. She is moldable. Oh, moldable by this group. And she's talking about Alasia Alexander. Okay, and that's somebody I hadn't seen in the chat, so I'm not gonna say their name. They may not want me to say it. I don't know. So that she's saying that Alasia Alexander could be molded. Okay, she's moldable by the group, which is, the family that prays. Okay, Sherry with a Y. A spouse doesn't have the right to fraudulently use spouse's name without their knowledge. And that's for the document live we did. And Shirley knew about getting a truck in her name. Why didn't she just fill out the application with the correct info? If it was purchased with Shirley's money, it probably was allocated from something else, rent. That is why they were evicted. Okay, so that was a few comments. That's about 4 or 5 that have been left in the last few hours, 9 to 6 hours. Hey, TDC. Okay, I went over my time. Let me speak to all the newbies in the chat, and then we're gonna hit play. Hey, the tall diva. But Sherry with a Y, I like your comment as well. If Shirley knew about it, then why all this incorrect, fraudulent information was provided, right? And I do agree with the second portion of that too. Like, he took that money that Shirley gave him to pay something else with and reallocated it into getting that truck. I can't believe that silly side here, Cynthia, was over there trying to indict SS. The nerve. Yeah, Vicky was upset about that yesterday when she was up here, and I was supposed to go over there and be nosy. I forgot. Hey, Esau, welcome back to the front porch. Hey, Friday, welcome back. Starting my work week on the front porch. Yes, baby, it's Saturday on Sunday. Hey, honey, say that. Hey, Sanders, back for round 2. Okay, I think I spoke to everybody. Oh, hey, Juju D. I know y'all about to have me hollering. Can't remember if I spoke or not, but hello. Hey, Sonya Boots. I think this is my first time seeing you in the chat. All right, y'all, let's hit the play. This is a short one, less than 18 minutes, and then I will be dropping the link.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Damn, man, that fucked me up right there. That was man. That really fucked me up right there, brother.
Yeah.
And so how long he been at home with you?
Nesto ain't listened to none from the first call.
He moved with me right when he came home the second time. He had been staying with me. I told you he had left at Mama house. What I told you that?
No, you ain't tell me that.
Because him and his stepdad had got into it. So he had been staying with me.
No, you ain't tell me that either. I ain't know that.
Okay.
You ain't listening, Nesto.
Well, I thought I told you.
So what the stepdad say? What he say was going on when he was staying with you?
I ain't talked to the stepdad, so I don't know.
Okay. And so the mama talking about you don't understand. You ain't gonna understand. Is that what she said?
That's not what I said. I said he told his mama what he's going through that they want to understand. His mama ain't said nothing.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Nesto.
So
whatever it is that's bothering DeAndre, he don't want to talk about it. Can't nobody get it out of him.
Damn. Shit, if anybody can get it out of you can get it out of him.
Right. He told me I wouldn't understand.
Shit,
he told his mama he don't want to talk about him.
So he back over there with his mama.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So what your mama say?
He want to know what everybody has to say.
Everybody's shocked, Ernest.
Oh, damn.
Everybody just praying to see how he doing. Ain't nothing you can do. Don't nobody know. It's a shock to everybody.
He want to know what everybody had to say. What do you have to offer to the conversation? Do you have any encouraging words? Do you have any experiences that you could talk about, how it started, how it ended? Do you have anything to add of your own opinion and your own thoughts? Why are you so concerned with what everybody in damn Dre's circle had to say about his son? Do you have some encouraging words? Do you have some knowledge you want to drop? Some type of solution? Something? Golly.
So
find out what's going on with it, get him some help. What can you do?
So okay, let me ask a question. So did Big Dre try to holler at him? Try to talk to him?
I don't know. I hadn't told Andre.
Okay.
Which is weird. Now that is weird because okay, boy moms down in the chat, y'all let me know. I only have one kid, so I can't really say, from a parent perspective, but I can say from a sibling perspective, like me and my middle sister are more close in age than me and my younger sister, but we're still sisters. Like we're all grown, of course, but I feel like if one of us is going through something as siblings, we should try to be there for each other. And I guess because they have the same dad, maybe not the same mom, maybe didn't grow up together, is the reason why he had told the older son. Like, I feel like they're more close in age than Dre and the mom is. So maybe he could open up to the big brother. Like this seemed to be a big, huge issue, but it's like they're sweeping it under the rug. And like I said earlier, it's 2025 and he's still having these same issues. I don't really understand why they're just being so casual about this. I feel like the kid really needs help. Let me see what y'all talking about in the chat. Nesto being messy. Hey, April B. Hey, Karen. He knows that's it. Okay, Nesto saying the stepdaddy as if he was ever one. Right. Because we know he got a whole lot to say about Sheridan, right? So he want to know what the steppappy had to say, since he could put people out of houses and he has some type of influence over what their mom can do for them, right? Nesto said what the steppappy had to say. Dre say, I am the daddy. I'm not going to nobody about my damn son. I don't give a damn what he had to say. Okay. Nestor was trying to get Dre to say something negative about the mom so that he could talk about her. Okay, Georgia Peach, I see that. I didn't think about it from that perspective. Why wouldn't he talk to the stepdad? Because he say he the pappy. He ain't talking to nobody else about his kid. Now, I made that up Friday. Dre didn't say that. It seems like he's just talking to the mom and the kid. I don't know. Ernesto is a gossiping ninja. Wait, what happened with the son? You're gonna have to go back and listen to part 1. Okay. At this point, they don't really know what's going on with him. He's not opening up. He didn't return to school. He's vaping, drinking, and just, being locked up in his bedroom. I think that's the biggest issues that we've heard. Nestor want to hear negative things being said. That's why he asking. I'm just saying, like, dang, why is it even important what everyone is saying? If this your friend, you said you have a relationship with Dre's youngest son, you've been around him for 21 years. It just seemed like you are really just being nosy, like Daryl, right? Instead of trying to, like, add some value to the conversation. He was totally hyped to say, well, what did the stepdaddy say? What did the mama say? What did granny say? What did your sister say? Hell, we want to know what all them had to say in your family about you. Because them people being MIA. Dre acting like he just acting out. Yeah. Sounds like a lack of communication from the whole family. It's time for an intervention. My mom would get my sister to talk to me when she couldn't. Yeah, that seemed like how it kind of is with siblings. Like me being the oldest sibling, child, I told y'all I used to take the heat for them heifers, and they ain't even act like they don't understand. Like now, y'all owe me, baby. They owe me. I'm finna sue them. It's silver, baby. It's silver. They ain't even appreciate all the shit I took for them. Because they will come tell me. If my mama asks, like, who did this? What happened? Why you didn't do this? They gonna come to me. And then I take the heat from them heifers. And they ain't even appreciative. Nesto is extremely too excited that Dre's going through it with his son, in my opinion. Yeah, because he did mention in the first call that we did today that see, this is what I was trying to tell you what happened with Keisha, but you didn't understand what I was talking about. I don't F with her. Yeah, it sounds like he may be coping, this may be coping mechanisms. Okay, Florida girl, sounds like more than vape and alcohol. I also used to talk to my favorite aunt or my grandmother. I have older cousins, so I would talk to my older girl cousins. Hey, Tamara. Why does Nesto ever when do Nesto ever have any substance to offer? I'm just saying, like, if a friend calling me, we're gonna try to, brainstorm together. Okay, what about a third party? What about writing him a note? What about getting him a mentor? Like, we're gonna come up with something. We're not just gonna be sitting up here comparing our kids at this point unless I've been through a process and this is what I did to get my kid to a better positive place. Then yes, I could break it down. But who cares about my kid? I'm talking about my kid right now. I need help. Dre wouldn't understand because DeAndre doesn't understand why you're so respectful with Nesto after hearing all his charges against women. Dre, do you have a real admiration for someone accused of SA? At the time of this call, he had not been charged with the SA. I will say that. I don't think they're being casual. These kids are different. I think you mean are different nowadays. I think that Dre knows that Nesto can't help him. Well, why is you even talking to him? I need help, baby. Help me. If I'm talking about it, help me. Help me, y'all. Listen, hey, Latita, you late? We just got started. I'll give you the timestamp. Dre knows that Nesto will stop dealing with his children if they make one mistake that he doesn't agree with. Sure. And will. The son has something traumatic happening to him at college and too ashamed to share it with anyone. So he's trying to numb it. I could see that, Chick-fil-A gal. Dre better have that and a scheduled plan of action for rehabilitation, whether it is mental or addiction. I like that, Karen. Nesto sent for Daryl, called the school friends, college roommates, or teammates. Somebody got to know something. Yeah, Miss E, because I've been on social media and a lot of my daughter college friends knew, my social media handles. Child, they had heard from my daughter in 2 days. They messaged me on IG, baby. Y'all know my heart stopped. I'm about to hit the road. Miss Lady T-Bug. I'm like, what's going on? I'm like, oh, she fine. I talked to her, and then I called her, and I said, you need to call your friends because they looking for you. But I did appreciate them reaching out to me. Hey, Leo lady. On part one, okay, I got as far as Nesto naming his children and that he ain't talk to Miles until she 21. Then I switched to the live. Okay. I gave you a little rundown. Did I leave anything out as far as what's going on with Dre youngest son? When my boyfriend's daughter started acting out, she called me LOL. That baby was mad at her mom and needed me to explain how she felt. It took time, but they got back on track. Okay. And sometimes that's all you need is a listening ear, you know, too. And then some good advice. Okay. We do need, if it's a conversation, it goes two ways. I think Dre is talking to Ernesto for his son's benefit. He knows everybody is listening to these calls, including his son and his ex. Hey, Anel. Happy Sunday. Hey, out the bushes. Sometimes we just want to be bothered. That is true. You want to vent. His son is going through it, and all Dre wants to do is fuss and cuss. That's not going to work. No, it's not going to solve anything, which is why he's still in the same place 3 years later, right? And we do know his son is going to have to put in the work, but I think he may just need the tools, you know, to be able to do that. He needs the tools. He don't know what to do. He's 21. You made it. Okay, let me give y'all the time. Okay, we only 2 minutes into the call. 2 minutes and 1 second. Okay, so y'all didn't miss much.
Okay. Damn, man. Damn. And how did you catch him with the guns?
I didn't catch him with nothing. He got license to carry a gun.
Oh, so what you're saying? You had to get him around you with that crazy shit before he gets snapped.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
He got a gun. He got the gun. He got a license to carry the gun. But when you ain't in your right mind and you just got to land on the seat, and every time you go to Chick-fil-A, you got the habit, you asking for trouble.
Right. That's true.
Because you got license to carry, you still a young black male, teenager, with tattoos on, plaits in your motherfucking hair. So when you pull up, police officer pull you over, and you got the gun laying on the seat, he gonna automatically get alert any doggone way.
Yeah, he is.
Any false wrong move or the wrong thing, he's already suspicious. If you look like you high or whatever, license don't add up, whatever, he got his hand on the trigger. If you say the wrong thing, your ass is gonna be a hashtag.
Hey, Aries one.
Yeah, that's true.
Why put yourself through that?
You
So
you
speeding, you driving, you think you know everything. You're giving them a reason to pull you over. Okay, you got the gun, you got to land on your seat. Well, I got put it, carry it up. I mean, put it concealed or whatever.
Yeah, period.
You got to have it on you. As soon as something kick off, then what?
No, you're preparing them. You're right. You're right what you're saying.
I don't have the conversation with him.
Approachable.
But they think it's like, I guess the what's that damn?
He's definitely not approachable. I mean, he said he was ready to nook if you're buck. What is Nesto talking about? Dre is like, damn. Listen, Dre would have did better doing like Moesha used to do, Dear Diary. Listen, because this man right here like a rock. He not listening to anything. He's not comprehending nothing. He done switched up the story. Whole thing. He keeps making up scenarios and the worst case scenarios too, Georgia Peach. I'm an only child, so I know the feeling. Okay, April B. Nesto is so stupid. Hey, Sassy Sue. He can't even carry the conversation, Charles. Like Vicky say, period. Them tats. Listen. Plaited like Cynthia hair, I bet. I told y'all the game done changed. Them ninjas done twist up the froze, let the locks grow. Okay. Y'all know the song. Y'all know the rest. It seems the child is still in a dark place and he's watched and listened to his dad admire a man accused of SA. Therefore, if his son has been violated, he certainly doesn't feel his dad is the person. This call was before Nesto was charged with SA. Okay. When was he charged? July of 2023. Yeah, this call is way back in 2022. Kids think they're invincible. Yeah, he really is giving him some real knowledge, but sometimes it's the messenger, not the message. So that's why I was thinking maybe a third party would be able to help, because he got a wall up when it comes to Dre and he's not listening. Dre is giving him some real life, scenarios of what could potentially happen. But of course, we all think nothing's going to happen to us until it happens. And he's still young, like you said, 21, invincible. It's probably just he need to take another approach. But I mean, I don't understand why he wouldn't get the big brother involved. Maybe he would listen to him. He is on some serious drugs. Okay, he needs help ASAP. It seems like Dre is pointing out all the things he doesn't like. That's annoying. That is true. Because who want to hear all that, everything bad about themselves? Maybe he should come from a different angle. Like, you're smart, you're intelligent, you're athletic. We want to get you back to that place. What do we need to do to get you back to playing baseball? Getting back involved in some of the things that you love to do. Because sitting in this room with alcohol, vaping, you're not going to be successful doing it. So what can we do to get you back to you, baby boy? Come on. Hey, Jet Black Straight. Dre is scared to death for his son, which he should be. But talking about it's not gonna disappear. Nesto doesn't care because it's not about him. Well, it made Nesto feel good to know that somebody else is experiencing something negative in their life, to me. Okay, this goes back to Nesto when he twisted things. People say, yeah, to sensationalize them. I can see that. Nesto wants company. He'll love to have Dre's son sitting in a cell with him. Oh, no. Sounds like the son is paranoid. Yeah. Did he do something where he is looking over his back, or is it more like schizophrenia type situation? We don't know. Which I know you don't really want to answer, but the only thing Dre mentioned in the first call of today is that they took him to the doctor to be examined, because he says that a lot of times when you're playing baseball, if they don't want you to hit, the ball with the bat, right? They'll hit you with the ball in your head or some part of your body. So they went to make sure that he didn't have like a concussion or what is it, Vicky? See, a lot of the football players, especially the big tackle, offensive tackle and defense tackle, they did a documentary. I think it was on HBO. CTE. I know I'm probably messing up the acronym, but y'all know what I'm talking about. They did take him to be examined for that, but it seemed like that's where they stopped it. I hope today is a different story and he's better. No, it's not. 2025 calls that have just recently been dropped, March and April 2025, he's still going through the same thing. Unfortunately. Fear of being judged. Hey, Miss Boogie Down. The parents is the last person, the rebellious child wants advice from. Yeah, that's true. You got to wall up. It could be schizophrenia manifesting. It tends to do so before the age of 25. Please hit the like button, guys. Miss E said thumbs up this live. Okay. Hey, I am Coco. I'm thinking it's talking about it. But why talk to this fool? Yeah, because you do need an outlet. We get that too. And you do sometimes want to vent. He's the worst father ever. Well, he must respect Dre because he left his mom's house to go and live with Dre. A lot of times, young men can't talk to their parents. Dre is the only one facing it. Dre still cares, though, as he should. That's his son. CTE. Okay. Thanks, Vic. I knew I was messing it up. This young man is crying for help. Can they determine whether people have CTE while they're alive now? Now, in the documentary that I watched, they said they usually cannot tell until after they're unalive. Yes, Aaron Hernandez, but Aaron Hernandez had a horrific life story. So I think he had more than CTE. He had a lot of, essay and stuff from childhood. He also was, I'll say, maybe bisexual. He didn't want that to come out. Yeah, I watched his trial because I wanted to know what about him and what he had going on. And there's documentaries out there too about Aaron Hernandez. Not really. I think CTE is diagnosed post-mortem. Yes, like the live. That's what I heard. Okay. Aaron Hernandez was a demon. That's it. That's all. No, you gotta go watch his I don't want to call it a bio, but you gotta watch it, Chick-fil-A gal. And y'all know I'm weak. So certain stuff I can't deal with, but I suffered through it. Okay. And you gotta see his childhood, things that happened, his dad passing away, his essaying as a child, and up until until then. There was other, he had a girl, he had a bad story, he had a bad life, I'll say it like that. Hey, Lion's mom, no, only after detailed examination of their brain, because the decay is between the folds of the brain. Okay, so Netflix. Hey, Glorious Love, I have Amazon Prime. SA really brings it out in people that's already having weak minds. Okay. I thank y'all. I want to make sure that hadn't changed. I watched it all. Okay, and okay. A. Hernandez documentary. They said he had the worst case CT ever found in a young person. Okay, I'll take it back. Not to say that, that gives him an excuse or a pass, but I'm just saying he was dealt a bad hand from a kid. His son plays baseball. That ball does damage because of the size, weight, and velocity of that ball. Those players wear protection sometimes, but when it gets hot, they take it off and face injuries. Especially Georgia Peach, if you've been playing like a long time, let's say from little league until college or the major or the minor leagues, that's a lot. Your history can definitely turn you into a demon. Yes, Aaron's story was sad and crazy, not to make excuses, but I somewhat understand why he bugged out. I have 2 cousins that were physically abused, and the girl was also equally abused. She was diagnosed with bipolar and schizophrenia. He was dealt a really bad hand. Yeah, and I don't want to give him a pass or nothing like that, but I'm just saying it, woo, that was one that I was like, oh my God. And since he went to Florida, here in Gainesville, I was intrigued with, his case, the trial, and, his after story. And I just recently saw a picture of his daughter. She's so beautiful. She done grew up.
Game that they play, Grand Theft Auto or some shit, I guess. But you ain't had no run in with the folk. Why?
Wow. Damn.
So, and even if you legit, the car legit, I ain't worried about that. It's in my name. But why put yourself through that?
And my thing too is with Dre, like sometimes as parents, we kind of forget some of the things we did as kids. Dre, you had your time with the law. You've been in prison, right? So were you listening to your parents? Were you listening to the people around you when you were out there doing what you were doing? Not saying that, his son should follow in his footsteps, but Dre, with everything that you've been through in the woods with Camille, you know, etc., you can't find like no type of common ground or compassion for your son, like the kind of maybe Dre should open up to him and tell him about his experiences and how he ended up in prison. And maybe if they could bond over that, maybe he will open up. I don't get why he's sitting up here like he on a high horse as if he ain't meet Nesto 30 years ago on cell block D. That's the part that I guess I don't understand. Yeah, he took his own self out. Yes, yes. Aaron's girlfriend was beautiful. I bet the daughter is gorgeous. Yes, she done grew up, and she is so beautiful. First it was substance, then it was the spirit. Okay, now it's Grand Theft Auto, the video game, and his son 21, baby. He too old for that. Now, if he was 14, I would say yes, it's the video game, but that boy ain't playing that. Wow, and damn, is Nesto only advice? And what did somebody else say? Dre thinks it is all the above. Okay, so it's E, all of the above. And Dre and Nesto are the kings of forgetting the ish they've done. That's what I'm saying. Cause like with same-sex kids, you know, mom, daughter, son, dad, okay, you should be able to give some type of experience, you give some type of advice from the experiences that you have had. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. Or I don't know. Get him into some therapy. I agree. He could be suffering from the DV he grew up with. Could be. Now remember, had to get Dre out the woods if there was a pow involved with him. Could he be some mental issues? Could it be some mental issues going on in that family? They are that too. During the first call, Dre did say he told his son about his past. Therefore, it's nothing he can. Yeah, he did say can't talk to him about. Thank you, Miss E. Lady T, but these grown kids is still on the gas. It's sickening. Oh, hell, 21. You need to be in the club or something. I don't know. I don't see that at all. He's just venting to his friend. He's looking for a solution, and it seems as if he hasn't taken his hands off of him, though. The son is still going through it now. I don't think he's gonna turn his back on his son or he's walked away from him. But I do not think that he's doing enough. Especially if he's talking to his son the way he's talking to Nesto. I'm sure he loves his son. That's why he's talking about it. Because if he didn't love him, he wouldn't be speaking about him. That was shady, Dre. Your car is legit. He did slide that in there. I made the payment and the insurance is in my name. Okay, not my wife. Okay. Honestly, we don't know how many times or what Dre did in the woods. He could have been giving his loved ones hell. Yeah, we don't know. Grown men still be playing video games. Yeah, that's true. I have never heard of anybody going to the woods. LOL. Do you live in the South? Because we surrounded by woods, child. When we skipped school, baby, we used to be in the woods. But, in the South.
Why should you do that? That makes sense.
You're a young black male. Why put yourself through that?
Damn.
You asking for trouble that don't even, you want to avoid that. But see, they think they know everything, and you ain't had no running, and you ain't had no experiences
at all. And you're trying to save him for that getting a felon. Even all that.
Without getting a felon. Without getting a felon.
It ain't like that. I know what I'm doing, dude. I know. Okay.
That's Georgia Peach. We love the woods.
How old is he now?
He's 21.
Oh, that is.
They watching cartoons and playing video games.
Damn, man, he's done drunk up everything.
They're gonna be 22 in February.
They're not.
I'm sorry, January coming up. January 4th.
They're not.
Damn.
And if you high on that shit, high on that vape, and you high on alcohol, if you're whooping up at me and you got an attitude, then what you think that you're gonna do with the police officer?
It's gonna be the same thing.
Same thing.
They're not good friends.
Respect that. That's what you're saying.
So,
Nesto still
so
playing
right.
video
So you
games.
run into the store and you step on a
Yeah,
nigga,
that's
step on your
true, Mr.
Jordan,
E.
or a nigga jump in line and he say, "Excuse me," and you fucking high. There they go. They ain't got no resolution, no conflict, no nothing. It's gonna be a shootout. That's what they doing. That's all they do.
And he
Start
out there,
shooting.
he out there where you at. They ain't doing that shit out there.
But it don't matter. It don't matter what he with me or not. But you got the attitude just like what you see on the news every day.
Right. That's true. It's getting worse too, man.
You
getting
got
worse,
the
man.
attitude. You got that attitude. And on my watch, you know what I'm saying? You can't do that on my watch. You can't come over here with that attitude. That works too goddamn hard to be coming home arguing with you, fucking with you in my house. I can't do it. Nigga, I love you, but boy, I'm telling you right now, I can't do it. And then you driving my car that I'm paying for?
That makes sense.
You want to come to my house and lock the doors and don't speak to me? No, Nesto. No, sir. You got to go get your own. If you that grown, you got to go get your own shit.
I do agree.
Yeah, real. I can see that.
So I got to give your ass some tough love. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, most of these kids be running their
Marina
town.
in the beach.
Well, that ain't happening over there with you. He know that part.
Yeah, but I see now they'll try your ass. I keep saying the same thing over and over and over and over again. You better watch your mouth, DeAndre. I done told him 3 or 4 times. I done gave him 3 warnings. I gave him 3 2-minute warnings. But you need to watch your mouth.
Shit, he might as well be talking
you need to
to
watch your mouth.
Lil
And
Dre now.
that day that he was getting ready to go to his mama's house, I was on the phone with his mama. He got mad because I called her. Well, why you on the phone talking to my mama? I said, you don't get out my damn face. I'm talking to your mama. Get out my face. Yeah.
Yeah,
You tell her you do this. You tell her you come home finding stuff to argue about. I said, DeAndre, I'm going to tell you one more time, get out of my face. That nigga kept walking up in my face while I'm on the phone with his mom. I want his mama to see. I said, you got to go.
Damn.
Because I was just that hot. I would have whooped his goddamn ass. And like my mama said, my mama was scared. She's thinking if we get into it, you know what I'm saying, he might try to put you. I don't even know what he want to do because he ain't the same person.
Hey, Crystal.
But I'm not going to be scared or fearful in my own house, Nesto.
Yeah, get out. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I'm not saying he would do that, but these young kids, I don't know. You told me you don't put a gun on me, you better kill me.
Damn, man, you done follow him all the way from grade school all the way to college. You done did all that great family
grade
stuff.
School.
That shit's amazing to me, man. I'm talking about.
He said you don't follow him all the way from grade school, child. He can't go back from, what was the other one, y'all? Day school. We still ain't figured out what that is. But Nesto, people is, I told you, from the womb to the tomb. I don't know what to say for the men, baby. Okay. From birth, okay? We not coming into our kids' life in damn grade school or day school, Nesto, okay? We got a whole damn lot of time before we get there, okay? We got birth, okay? Toddlers. Nesto Skip, you done been with him all the way from grade school. Baby, we talking about sleepless nights. We talking about changing diapers, making bottles with one eye open, one eye closed. He done skipped all of that, okay? Hey, Linda. Sounds like Dre talks at his son instead of to his son. Yeah. Hey, Jennifer. It's his child. What the heck? Nesto is such a low life. Shut up, Nesto. Georgia Peach, yes, I work for a Fortune 500 company that sponsors gaming teams. They actually have something like leagues. Okay. I'm with Brother Dre today. These young folks is a mess. Day school is a daycare for Nesto. Okay. Nesto don't know. He never took care of his kids. This MF for talking like he not supposed to parent his own kids. Of course, he's been there all his life. The fuck? They sure do. Daycare. I don't know. Remember when he was talking to Laverte, he was like, you still in day school? And she was like, yeah, she knew what he was talking about. If he buck up, he gonna get, ooh, listen, I brought you in this world and I'll take you out. Young folks have always been a mess. I agree. I'm sure my boomer parents felt some type of way about us as time changed. follow him. The difference is that he fathered him. Okay. Not went to pick him up on holidays or just one thing I could say my kids can say about me is I got them all together. I got them all together. Like, what the fuck is that supposed to be? Yes, indeed. Okay. Nesto proves over and over he doesn't care about nobody. This ninja talking about follow him. But Nesto is just a straight trash bag. I bucked my mom before and she beat me up, baby. What? I ain't know my mama could move so fast, child. Moving and swinging at the same damn time. I thought I was safe all the way across the damn room. I don't know how she got to me that fast. I thought I had time to run.
I'm talking about the real daddy type, American dream type shit.
You don't even know what the American dream is, Nick. So stop it.
Yeah, right. So I told her, she asked me how I talked to her. I said, yeah. I said, he just gave me information and putting some on it. But she said, I thought I did it yesterday, but the money went to his phone. She said she thought she did it, but she said she put it on your phone.
Shirley done tip
Yeah,
drink.
I just pulled up the website. Yeah. I don't know, Ernest. I just hope he can come back, man. He over there with his mama, her know it all, and he over there with the preacher. You know what I'm saying? That way they can monitor him and watch him every day. I'm just scared.
So it's the stepdaddy, the preacher, because he kind of slid that in there. He over there with the preacher. So it's the stepdaddy, the preacher. That's why he want to talk to him. Child, go over there and have communion, Dre. Light a candle and sing some hymns. Sometimes they don't get it, no matter how much we talk to them. That's true. Mamas can fight. Nesto daddy was an ish. Yeah, I said it because look at him. Any other words of encouragement, Nesto? What is funny? Nesto is so delusional about everything. Yes, and my brother was waiting if I had hear her back. Okay, brother was finna pin you down. Thank goodness I never had to fight my mom. As a kid, I took my spankings like a G. Sure. The stepdaddy is the preacher and the mama is the know-it-all. He kind of slid that in there, Vic. All through grade school, there he go with that. He owe you mentality. He pissed off yet again. That was Shade talking about he over there with the preacher. Troy, you need to go over there and check that preacher. He may have did something to your son. Sometimes as a parent, we have to realize our way of parenting may need to change or some help. We don't have all the answers, and it's okay to realize that we have to adjust a bit too. Saying I was scared of my mom. Sounds like he wants his dad help, but he doesn't know how to go about it. Yeah, I came in late. What substance is he talking about? Vaping, girl. He talking about vaping. LOL, I was wrong every time. My cousin bought his wife a pow pow in case his son wanted to try her when he wasn't around. He trained her to pow pow him in his pinky toe if he run up on her. The son was and still is huge. Oh my God. My mother had a black belt and whoop her ass. Okay. Whipping ass. I learned don't pay with her from watching my older siblings take the L. That's it. When you're the oldest sibling, baby, y'all owe us. I don't care what nobody say, because everything was tested on us. We was trial and error, okay? And we took some damn heat for y'all younger siblings. Y'all owe us, okay? Put some respect on the big siblings, okay? I'm big sister. As a parent, I would never want my son to be involved in any of these things I was involved in, yeah, at my age. But I think too, another key is to not wait until your kid get 21 to talk about these type of things. You may need to start talking about them, baby. At 14, you got to start earlier now, you know. I had to get my own spot at Dre's son age. Yep, it sucks because sometimes because times are different. These young folks can't afford no apartment. No, they starting out for a 1 bedroom with a half a bath. They like $1,500 to $2,000 now, right? Vaping and drinking. I was showing out in front of company and got embarrassed instead. I'm glad my sister walked so I can run. LOL. I learned from her mistakes. Sure, my sister's angels compared to my ass. Okay. My grandfather shot my uncle in the leg. Oh no, not Marvin Gaye. You have to. These kids are not afraid of their parents or anything else. You have to be prepared for them. That's true. Kids are unaliving their parents these days. Yeah, we had this dang, I can't think of his name, but here in Florida, he unalived his dad. They didn't charge him with that. I'm gonna try to Google his name. They didn't charge him or anything with that. He came down here to Florida to stay with his mom, and he unalived her too. Yeah, we a true G, baby. OG. I forgot his name. That's the truth. Okay. That's true. The oldest catch hell. I am the baby. Oh girl, you barely got pinched. I personally think he is on harder drugs. I'm the baby. Oh, look at y'all. Y'all don't know the troubles I've been through. Okay. I'm the only child. So me too. These kids feel like you can't touch them anymore. I heard about that story. I cannot remember his name. You seen that? Yeah. And then he unalived the dad. They didn't charge him, right? Said it was self-defense or some type of foolery, right? He moves down here to Florida with his mom. He got a trip to the White House. This boy had a job. He had a car. He was living his best life. Got into it with his mom and unalived her. Shanked her in the neck. That's true. I'm the baby, and I knew how my older siblings took beat down, so I know how to behave. I'm the oldest. See, out the bushes. You feel my pain. Listen, yeah, kids have rights now, and they know it too. Colin Griffin. That's his name. Thank you, Vic. I was the baby of 6, which much older parents, I gave them hell. As an adult, I apologize and ask for forgiveness. Me too, LOL. There was a lot of perks to go on with that. CTE, yeah, she's helping me. Vicky, I think somebody else gave me. I think it was Latita. Okay. Sure. I feel like I need a badge, baby, because whoo Lord. And y'all know I'm a Leo, so y'all child. Oh God. It was rough for a little bit.
When I come home, I don't know what I'm gonna find.
I don't know how.
Well, you know what? Ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that because that's what I had to do with Miles. You didn't understand it. You was like, that's your daughter. I said, man, listen, I don't want to be standing in my own house when this kid drops something in my fucking drink and my food.
She should have.
I've been in there with them clowns who murdered their mom and daddy and put them in the back.
I'm sorry, baby. Lakeisha, you should have put some of that liquid LV. Put an extra drop up in there, some damn eye drops or something up in there. You would have saved all these women the trouble and they would have still had their money and their damn assets. Dang it. Girl, we got you. We'll get you an attorney.
Yard and all that shit. I came from that shit. So I ain't finna, and then I want convicted feeling. Who's gonna fucking believe me? I'm trying to get my own kid. They ain't gonna believe me. So what I'm saying is, that tough love.
Cynthia will believe you, baby. You can't do no wrong. You can't say nothing wrong. You is right. Okay, the righteous criminal, baby. The righteous criminal, honey. Nesto said, with my background, who gonna believe me? Sure, nobody on the front porch believes your ass is innocent of anything you've been indicted for, okay? So I get you on that part, Nesto, okay? But shit, Keisha would have did the world a favor.
I got to love him from a distance, and I'm just so sorry that this shit down there for the break tears from my eyes. I love my little nephew. I thought he was gonna be that motherfucking one.
Right.
I'm just gonna be straight up.
Yeah.
They're gonna be straight up. I watch them from a baby come all the way up to this.
Yeah.
And like I said,
antifreeze, something.
man, I'm talking about this young generation, bro. I don't know what's going on. They just flip flopping like a motherfucker. Like they want to kill themselves. All they want to talk about, they want to kill themselves. They want to die. I ain't seen nothing like this shit, man.
I gotta stop it again, and I gotta reiterate this. I gotta say this one more again, okay, for the damn people in the damn click clacks over there. They sitting up here talking like they never done anything wrong. They haven't been to jail. They haven't broken no laws, and I don't like that for these kids. It's like they're acting like crime just came about with this younger YNs. I don't know what they call the girls. But y'all was doing this in 88, 89. Y'all was in jail. So what's the difference? Why they keep trying to blame this on the generation, baby? Maybe it's a generation curse, okay, and not the generation. I don't get it. And he's sitting in jail saying this, like, what the hell? My mom was a teen mom, so she still had get up and go when I came along. Okay, she's still alive at 78, working part-time because she wants to, and out cutting grass and growing a garden. Okay, mama, I want to be like you when I grow up. He said, Miles, oh, I just thought he was talking about Lakeisha because that's who he said he don't F with no more. And he waiting on Miles to come back when she turned 21. He give her like a 7-year grace period. He said, Miles, he not even talking about the other daughter. I'm the baby too. I acted right and told my parents everything my siblings did. You a snitch. I was in fact a professional tattleteller. Oh my God. Parent pet. I was responsible for 95% of their whoopings. You know what? We would have got you. We would have got you, baby. When I had to babysit you, baby, it would have been on and popping. Really, I never heard that age when she got kicked out. Was that on a video? On the first call, he talked about all his kids. He gave us a rundown. That's why I thought he was talking about Keisha and not Miles. Not eye drops. Yes, baby, some antifreeze, something. Child, my mother beat my sister with an ashtray when she left her toy stove on and burnt my brother. My mother was a minute big. She had short woman syndrome. Okay, that makes sense. That's why he got the case over Miles. He watched Dre kids from a baby, but then watch his own. Girl, we learned yesterday that Daryl met Dion before Nesto did. Heaven forbid these kids are depressed. Nesto is so damn fake. He a damn hypocrite. They can't handle this new emo generation. My mom had my sister at 16 and me at 21, but my sister's teen years took them through it. I think it's the fact the kids are flipping on their parents. That is true, though. What does that mean? I thought he was going to be the one. He thought he was going to be like, I guess the professional athlete. I mean, who are you to say what you thought somebody else's child was going to be? Mind your own 6 kids that you got, sir. Okay, mind your business. It's still very possible for his son to be successful, productive adult. Right. He's only 21 at the time of this call. He hasn't done anything devastating that will affect his life. I agree. He just need to get back on track. And if school not for him, that's fine. Let's go to plan B. These kids are letting their feelings out. That's true. My ex brother-in-law did a 3-year bid when his kids were young. Okay, but to this day refers to that time as him being away child. He was on vacation at school. Like they believe that ish. Oh, you'll still be getting it if you were in my household. Geez. You are like me. We learn from our older siblings' mistakes. Yes, sure. Every generation is wild. I'm a baby boomer, and they had to get me out of jail when I was 15. That ended my life of crime. I never told all my sisters. I was scared of her too, LOL. Also, I thought she was cool. Girl, I used to let them eat candy. I used to let them stay up late. if my mama said they had to be in the house at a certain time, I would let them even stay out longer. So why snitch on me? Because I'm gonna make it hard for your ass the next time I gotta babysit, okay? And I'm it's a gap in between me and my siblings like that too. What? You going to bed early? Turn that TV off. You want to talk? Okay. I got something for your behind. I did the same thing. I think all my sister's berries were because of me. These kids are broke ass know-it-alls. That's true. The one to make it takes a different path. Nesto and Dre are Generation X parents. Gen X have some unique issues. Lady T, but they did get me. That's what I'm talking about, baby. We coming back. I'm gonna be in charge again, and I got something for your behind. They locked me in the closet. Yes, that's something I would do. When my parents left, they told my mom when they were grown how they treated me. My mom said, I wonder why you fell out when I left. I would have cut the light off too. You better not be scared of the dog. I wonder if he has a job or just chilling. I might whip you. My mother was sweet as pie, but she didn't play. You must respect her. So I'm the kid that just gonna try to just say what I want to say, do what I want to do. And my mama had to like teach me. You was not grown.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he came to stress that to you. I don't know if he's going through that age where they get depressed. You know what I'm saying? Or they done lost their fucking mojo, courage, or
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
In the mouth.
Right.
They're like, they're in fucking jail, but they ain't in jail. They free.
They ain't in jail. Right. They free. Like I told him, I don't know. Yeah, I hear you, but I don't have no answer for it. Everything you just named, I can't figure it out. It's been puzzling my brain for the longest. I don't try to talk to him.
How long it been going on?
I just told you the last time he came home from school. Earlier this year.
Oh, Lord.
Around my February.
When they came out of school, right. When he came home from the spring break.
When he was talking about he wanted to be a rapper, and all, that's when you would tell me he think he want to do some music or something. And you told him whatever he do, he got to be the best at it. That's the last time you gave me a report.
He probably talking about
I remember that.
Right, but okay, well, a lot of times when you was out on the street, you don't call often, so a lot of stuff you probably miss.
Hey, Miss Veronica.
I missed this shit.
So yeah, because you're doing your own thing, and then now you're trying to get caught up.
Well, this is a major caught up right here. This is a major.
So this was going on when you was out here.
But I ain't know that. I mean,
you're not gonna know because you're not gonna know when we call.
Dre ready to be shady.
I'm listening. You wouldn't know.
But I do listen when it comes down to the family. I do listen now.
Okay, next up. Okay.
I do listen now. This right here done took me all the way up to the core.
And all the reason why you listen today because you ain't got no other choice but to listen. Because if you was on the street, the first thing you'd be don't say, well, hey, let me call you right back. I got to go to a meeting. Let me call you right back. I got to go to a meeting.
If your mom would have called me and say, hey, man, Dre done beat Lil Dre ass, I'd be like, what are you talking about? That shit would throw me because I can't. I'm trying to imagine it now to the flip. That's what I'm trying to say to you. I'm trying to imagine that. But by me being in jail, I can see what you're talking about with the young guys. I can see that. You get what I'm saying?
Can you see it in yourself?
Yeah, I can see because I'm seeing it.
Can you see it in yourself, sir? Okay, because you're in jail with them. Okay.
What's going on? I can see it, and I did see that with Dion. The girlfriend called me every week talking about he high. High on what? Yeah, but he done got past all that shit now.
Okay, now Dion taking it straight. Dion, what was you over there getting high on? Was you getting high on your own supply? What was going on, brother Dion? I thought he was the golden child number 2, right? Because Laverte to me is the golden child number 1.
Thank God. But, yeah, he tried to report me. He told you, one day they ain't gonna do shit. He told me like, I'm a goddamn peon or something.
That's what we've been trying to tell you, Nesto.
So he's like, what you talking about? But
we've been trying to tell you that the way you and Dion interact with each other, it does give that your ass is a peon, okay? Y'all not father, son. It's like y'all homies. We've been trying to tell you that.
Your head, you're like, what the fuck you talking about? But his head, he King Don. But that's what I was saying. Man, fuck that shit. He'll be back around.
Right.
The thing,
Yeah, but in your case,
Nesto gonna do his
man,
leave.
this a grown man staying with you. So, but this one I'm gonna say, I know you ain't gonna give up on him. I know
Not
that for
rock
a
or
fact.
bye.
It just,
No.
yeah, I know that for a fact. That's your baby. But
Luke,
and they're definitely gonna appreciate the long run. Do he got a girlfriend?
I don't know.
This what
I
y'all was
never
talking
seen one
about
come out to the
earlier.
house when he was staying out there. I asked him the same thing.
Okay, you ain't think he flip flopping, do he? Because these niggas is flip flopping out here a lot.
You would know. You
No,
ain't married with
You
well,
don't think that?
no, I don't.
Okay.
Y'all think Lil Drake is flip flopping out here? Y'all mentioned it earlier when we were reacting to call number 1 of today. What y'all think? Oh wow, what meeting? Dre sounds like he's irritated talking to Nesto. Listen, the man trying to vent, he got to repeat everything 3-4 times for him to even understand what the hell going on. I'm trying to imagine that. You're in jail and desperate. Baby Dre is throwing big shade. Yes, he is. She said, baby. Okay, baby. He's throwing major shade. Dre, he still ain't listening. Nesto never takes accountability. Nesto lying. You don't think brother Dion was on that shit? Little brother Dion? He was on that shoulder lean. Okay, he was on that lean. He was walking around with one of them cups like Lil Wayne. At least Dre knows what he's dealing with, I guess. Yeah. Was Dion on that lean too? Baby. He was on that lean. He was on that red cup. Drake say it could be purple, it could be pink, depending on how you mix that. It still always comes back to him, right, Georgia Peach? Oh, now he telling Dion business. Dion still be sounding high half the time. He do, real. I think I heard lean, but if you wait a minute, if you're on lean, do you turn down toots? Oh Lord. Sound like Dion was on that draw. That's what I said. That shoulder lean. Okay, Dre is almost 40 with no kids. That's Dion. Dion is almost 40 with no kids, right? Nestor Gator is pinging. Gary taught him well. Oh hell, why would he bring that up? Even if he flip-flopping. Right, he's still his son. Okay. He is so inappropriate. Well, I mean, this is something to think about. He said he ain't never seen him with a girl. I mean, what about high school? Maybe he got a broken heart from, a boy toy, away in college. I mean, we don't know. Allegedly. I'm the baby, so I was daddy's girl. He did anything I asked, but my mother, I swear, was the CEO of Death Row Records. My mother sat with a pow down in the couch just in case. Ooh, I don't think he is. I still think something happened to him at school. Okay. What the heck is flip-flopping? Rainbow. Not the flip-flopping. Men's ain't men's no more. Jail ain't jail no more. His son is probably just bucking. I bet Dre runs a boot camp over there. His hormones are raging and he thinks he's a grown man. It's natural for all young men once he realized how life is. That's true. Growing pains. It's funny how the convo is coming full circle with the most recent calls with Dre about his son. I'm glad you're doing this because it appeared to come out of nowhere. Okay, thank you, Bank. Got to be the reason for so many accidents. Okay, so we back to little brother Dion being on that lean. He will come back, to what he knows. Yeah, he'll come back to his foundation. He just need help getting back there because I don't feel like he's done anything that right now that's so bad. You know what I'm saying? That he can't turn himself around. If he was taught right, but it's probably it is time for him to move out, especially if he doesn't want to do things the way Dre wants him to. He will be fine. Right, Dion 40 with no kids. Is he flip-flopping? Hell, Dion probably flip-flopping with his whining ass. He has no kids because he's a duck, almost 40 with no job or benefits. He could have been hazed from a fraternity, maybe. That's true. I agree. I didn't care because I didn't need you. Now I don't have resources. It's crucial. I listen to your needs and ask for 100 for my listening services. Okay, that's what it's all about. Did you send that $100? Ernesto would know about flip-flopping. I seen that happen with one of my nephews. He went through that phase and he has come around, thankfully. Bingo, brother Dion be on that when he be drinking. And Nesto is flip-flopper too. He ain't he acts like a flip-flopper is so bad, but walking skeleton kid dogs are okay. Right.
About a lot of shit. I didn't think about that one.
Okay, well that's I don't want you to miss out on that now, because see that threw me for a loop with my other son, with Keon.
Right.
Yeah, and he can't get he's 36. He can't get his fucking shit together still. No, but I had told my sister, I don't give a fuck about that shit. That's what you do. Just don't bring that shit around me. I'm still your daddy, but don't bring that shit around. You do with your own business. Y'all want to fuck each other, that's on y'all. They ain't got nothing to do with me. But I'm still your dad, and I can sit down and talk. But one thing he did say, yeah, you did try to come get all us. Shit, I'm good then. You don't put the stamp on the seal.
Baby, he said you did try to come get all of us. Nesto say, I know, baby, I'm father knows best. I'm the father of the year. Sure, because he tried to come get all of them. He didn't come and get all of them. He tried. So now he can get a pat on the back. Nesto said, listen, job well done. Job well done. Dion got himself a t-shirt business. Miss E said he ordered them shirts from Shein. Walking skeletons. You 60 in jail, bro. 61 and a half. I'm going to bet apples ain't oranges. That other son is doing better than Dion. We did hear on the most recent calls, 2025, that Keon got his own place. He no longer live with Dion. Says the dad that was locked up, and he 36 and can't get his stuff together. True. That stuff together mean he ain't riding in fancy cars, okay? He just needed workers. Nesto has to make every single situation about him, and let Dre have his moment with his kid, okay?
I was a great daddy. So what I'm going to say to you is, you was a great daddy. I witnessed all this. He going to come back around. It's just you got to keep tapping on that. If that's what it is, you got to tap on that too. Okay, see, he think you taking some gangster shit. You know what I'm saying? Some normal shit. You tapping that deep shit, you're like, damn, how he know that? Can he see that? Can he see what's going on with me like that? Anything. You got what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Just ask him, yeah. Dre. Just ask him.
So what I'm saying, I don't know what is it, the water out here, bro? But them motherfuckers is not the same.
It's
they ain't trying to get no money waters. No more. They trying. If it ain't rap, it's the guns. They ain't even trying to get no women no more. Straight.
They ain't trying to get no women no more.
You will know.
You know
you're right.
All they do is running their fucking packs now. That's all they doing. I'm just being honest with you. That's what I see. So, but I pray to God for him. Because I know he's a great kid. He got great demeanor about himself. It just something that went the wrong way. I just hope that the white boy done slipped something off in his shit. You know, that can happen too. You know what I'm saying?
I thought about that.
Yeah, might trying to fit in, just trying to do what he got to do to get where he's trying to get to. But sometimes that shit got them backfire on your head. You know?
Yeah, I thought about that too. Down there with all them racist white boys.
And find out what's going on.
So that might, and he done told you a lot of things that done happen down there since he been down there.
Yeah.
Oh, hell, you should have went and got your son. When my child called me and say, listen, I don't feel comfortable, school or not, baby, we coming. We on the way. Okay, I'm coming like Nesto came when he moved Shirley out of Bent Creek, baby. We moving in like a thief in the damn night. We got to go. My kid too far away, you don't feel safe, things going on, baby, you can come home because we ain't got this to do. We'll find another route. Nesto always trying to praise himself. Nesto say, Keon say, well, one thing you tried to do, Daddy, was get us all together. Nesto said, that's all I need to hear. I was a great dad. I bet he doing better than Nesto too. So he couldn't get on welfare with the kids because he sure didn't have a job. Oh my God, this annoying girl dropped the link. I got you, Vic. I'ma drop the link. Tapping. Out the bushes say, I'm just looking. He's a nothing. Wolfpack. He said that the flip-flopping, the flip. Okay, let me see. How did he put it? Well, this how I'm gonna put it, not how he put it. The flip-floppers, okay, they running packs now. Wolf packs. The ninja is forever patting his own self on the back. Nesto feeling like he's the man of the year. Material, Material giving his advice out. That's about it. You didn't ask. Yeah, the clear people drugged his son. They could have. We talked about that earlier too. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people think it's funny, like the lace people, trees and slip things in their drinks, and stuff like that. You never know. But your son had already expressed to you that he didn't feel comfortable. It was a lot of things going on. Yeah, you could tell him to eat it, the man up, but nah, you could come home. We ain't got that to do. Nesto, I was a great dad. What? Nesto, I need to see your birth certificate because I don't believe you are human. I believe Satan spawned you. Child, because he don't have no family. He don't talk about when I was a little boy on my little flyer, my little red radio flyer. Me and my cousins did ABCDLG. That man don't say nothing about his childhood, nothing. Facts and shade, I love it all. Kendrick says the PDFs move in packs also. Okay, Nesto ain't listen to that now. He probably was getting the children together for a family scam. It's photo op time. It's photo op. Let me take a picture and post it over there. And, got the kids, holding up their little Happy Meals and drop them right back off. It's the photo.
So, and then he might think he'll fail you. He trying to figure out what he good at.
Come through, Nesto.
Ain't no telling. No, we all go through that. I go through that.
You are a failure, though.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
He can't blame that shit. He talking about, no, I ain't had no dad in my life. I ain't had no man. He can't go that route now. These niggas can do that, but he can't do that.
Right. Right.
I'm just being honest. I hear that every day too.
Even got the
I hear that every day too. Hold up. Let me get my pill call.
Well, damn, Nesto, you was giving good advice this time. Now you gotta go get your pill. What type of pill y'all think Nesto taking? Meds. What that little thing called? It is called a red flyer. What is that little red thing called, y'all?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, the radio flyer. Yeah, that's right.
So,
anxiety.
Yeah, hold on. I'm trying to swallow this fucking medicine.
He need it in liquid formation, baby. He said he made a deal with the devil.
Okay.
Blood pressure.
All right.
Blood pressure.
Thank you for using Global Telling.
All right. I told y'all that was a short one, but I just kept stopping, y'all, so I made it longer. All right. Let me get the link, child. Let me get the link. Vic to the bell about to get me. Here you go, Vicky. There go the link. Shit, he must have choked. Did they have to perform CPR on Nesto? He hung up real quick. ain't lying medicine so he can be ready to take the stand. It ain't working though. They don't make them swallow it while he's there. Baby, he need the liquid. You know, that's why he was over there taking the liquid LV. Anti, okay. He ain't taking no brain enhancers. That's for damn sure. He got them together to get their SS card. Oh, to get their numbers. Just playing. True. You better not claim my kid on your taxes, Nesto. We're gonna have a problem.
Claiming all the kids in the hood. He claiming everybody. He claiming aunties, uncles, everybody. As soon as he get out, he got to level up. He got all them kids together to steal their piggy banks and told them that they invested in the family trust. That's exactly what he told them.
Kid
I
is him
just
telling them to get off. Okay, go ahead, Vicky.
I'm so fucking floored at his rational how he brings it all back to me. The only reason why he got off the phone with Dre is because he ain't nothing else to tell him. Dre,
He was
you
sick
know,
of them.
yeah, he pretty much was. Dre sitting here going through it, and I think this is how I mean because I probably would be the same way. If I ever do have kids, I probably would be tough because I was so wild. I think sounds like Dre rules with an iron hand. He may not show as much empathy um, to his sons. It might be more of a tough love situation because he has been through the system. So it may not, it may just be more like, okay, I'm showing you the fruits of my labor because
Yeah.
I messed up. So here's here's how it can be fixed, and I work hard so you guys can have all this. Here's a brand new car. And so he may not know that these kids, like these younger kids now, they're like really, God forgive me, a lot of them are bitch made now. They're very sensitive. But another thing too is if he's bucking up like that and he has attitude problems, and he's like, you wouldn't understand, they need to go get him a mental health evaluation. Taking him to the doctor to get a brain scan, that's one thing, but like really having him sit down, talk to somebody, and do an evaluation, that's another thing. And he's riding around with a piece, and he's licensed to carry, and you can say he's got an attitude problem. That I mean, there's a lot of undiagnosed people just in the world, and I'm not saying you need to fully just quit, medicate everybody, but he may need some medication to chill the hell out, and some consistent therapy. You know, but
I,
that's. I'm
I
sorry. Go
think
ahead.
you should try. I do think they should try to get to the root of the problem.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's good to talk about it then, but okay, now what?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, but I think he just seems like you hear how rough he speaks on the phone sometimes. His voice, he's got that very that baritone voice, that real deep voice. So I can see how it can come off even when he's trying to be nice. He almost comes off like he gives you anxiety. Sometimes his voice, I can see it as a kid. You'd be like, "Are you mad at me?" And I don't know. He seems like he just rules with an iron hand, an iron fist. And are not responsive to that anymore. They are just very sensitive nowadays. With the internet, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, society has taught them it's okay to feel your feelings and it's okay to be absolutely sensitive about everything. But as far as Ernest goes, I'm trying to think back to the earlier call, and I'm trying to putting them together. Him talking about his kids, like what exactly did he have a hand? What type of hand did he have in raising these kids? I really would like to hear him. Besides Dion telling these stories about putting him to work and breaking child labor laws, I really would like to know what exactly he did to make them. He brought them all together. Okay, and what does that mean? Brought them all together. Family picture, steal their money. What, introduce them to each other? They all know about each other. You can't be around Miles. Whatever happened there, I've never heard of a child support case where you can't be around your kid until they're 21. A child, because it's the child abandonment or whatever. He is just a mess. When he's talking about his son, oh, just don't bring that around me. Why? You keep be asking about Gary all the time. Gary is your boo thing. Always asking about Gary, and then I mean, that's his reference for everything. And Shirley don't even talk, like, hasn't even brought him up. It's a mess. I mean, I have to think about like
Okay.
other things. Somebody else is up here. I'll let them talk.
I said what I said because she has to go at a quarter till to do her other show. And then it'll be Bank, Miss Boogie Down, and Nozella. Go ahead. I said what I said. I know you gotta go.
Yeah, but it's at 7:45, not your 7:40, not it's
Oh
another
girl,
hour.
it's
Yeah,
7:27 here. Okay, okay. I
Yeah, yeah. You
will
remember you're an hour ahead of everybody.
right.
take it.
But I appreciate you letting me go on and go, girl.
I'm gonna drop you back down.
Okay, shit.
No, I'm just
And
kidding. Go ahead.
go on and put me back in the lineup wherever I was at.
Put her in queue.
No, you go ahead.
Vicky. Vicky.
She
Oh,
on
now,
mute.
I'm
oh,
here.
now she on mute. She
I'm
can't hear
here.
me now.
I'm here.
Talking about put me in queue. What?
Hey, the real BB.
Girl, what you got to say about Nesto and
Well,
his parenting, his Huxtable style parenting?
listen, Linda, and not no shade to you, Linda, in the chat, but this mug don't know shit from Shinola, and he has no advice for his buddy. Dre throwing all kind of shade. Like, the only reason why you listening to me is because you being still now, and that's the case for everybody. Remember we were saying that him and Shirley was just getting to know each other. Well, I was saying it that they act like they didn't even know each other until you went to jail. They started asking all kind of personal questions. Sonya got to know him in jail. Uh, Dion, is being able to figure out who he is because he's been so busy going up and down the street trying to scam everybody and seeing who he can take advantage of. So nobody really had time, he really didn't have time to see anybody. And Dre was like, well, every time I call you, you say you got something to do. You got to take this call. You got to go to a meeting.
Yeah.
And what damn meeting you got to? A scam meeting?
Right. Even Dre said he had only seen the truck one time.
Right. Dre said, I don't know nothing about that truck. I don't know nothing about you, your truck, your wife. Dre don't really, you can tell Dre don't really know a lot about him. And it's very telling that, but we come around when he when he wants something from people. Now, I guess if they call him, then yeah, he will be there. But yeah, B. Williams, I was just trying to be nice.
That's my girl.
It is Sunday, sis. But yeah, you could tell that Buckwheat, he's never there for anybody. Just like we could tell, he's using people on this phone. And so it was definitely worse when he was out in the streets. Nobody could find him. Even his own wife said, "You be gone all the time. You ain't never home." So did nobody really know where he was at or what he was doing? Dion probably had close proximity to him more than anybody because
Dion said he didn't though.
But they were at that barbershop together though, wasn't it? Whenever he dropped by or dropped in,
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I think Dion probably is the closest.
Yeah, and even though he might not have been there that much, but I'm just saying Dion probably seen him more than anybody seen him.
Yeah. Out of the 6 kids, out of all the children, Vicky.
Shit, out of the whole organization, in my opinion.
Yeah, know Dion had his little suit on marching too.
Yeah, and I believe Dion on whatever because he have too many people passing away around him, and he's having too many wrecks. So that means something is going on, Dion. What do you on where it's taking out all your partners and it's making you have all these wrecks? So you're on something pretty serious. And I just think Dre needs to do a little research on vaping. Vaping does depress you, but I don't think it gets you high, from what I understand. And
there's more to it.
Yeah, unless he's vaping, the THZ. And now if he's vaping THZ, then that's something different. But if he's just, vaping regular, vaping oil, that's not gonna affect him. So do you feel like that's what he was talking about, the THZ vaping?
I think that he's probably doing the THC, and he said he was drinking too. But
drinking, yeah,
but it's got to be more to it than that. Your attitude doesn't just switch up. I mean, you go off to college, and then you come home all of a sudden a changed person. I think it's mental health issues. That's just going undiagnosed. Because
Well,
if he getting in a fight with his stepdaddy, he getting into a fight. Like he had to leave his mama's house, and then he went over to Dre's house, and then now he getting into it with Dre. He doesn't want to be talked about. He's in his room all the time. That to me that sounds like mental health. Like that's something that's not being diagnosed properly.
yeah, but if it was mental health, that would have been happening, possibly when he was in high school. It could be the fact that he went to college. And we know, all of us, I didn't actually go to college when I got out of high school, but I did go to college later. I think I was probably 27, 28 when I actually entered college, which I
Hmm.
was already grown and married or what have you. But I saw a lot of stuff that goes on in the colleges, right? And so there's a lot that can go on with college, and especially if you leave home and go straight to college, a lot of times life will kick you in the butt and you can't take it. You never know what they did to him at one of those parties. We don't know if he tried to get into a fraternity or if he got hazed. He just not saying, but it sounds like something happened to him, Vic. It doesn't sound like mental health to me. It sounds like a traumatic experience must have happened to him. And it could be mental health that slowly progressed and he was able to maintain it and nobody was able to see it. But it's like he was going to college and then all of a sudden he comes home and he acts totally different. So to me, that's like a traumatic experience. And I'm sorry, but these kids are soft these days. It could be just something as small as being bullied, or somebody put something out online that he didn't want anybody else to know and he got embarrassed. It really could be just that simple, because these kids these days, they not like me and Lady T-Bug and them. They wasn't keeping their siblings and being in charge when mom leave or what have you. And so these kids are raised different these days, and they're they can't take much. So it doesn't have to be anything real, um a big issue or nothing, but even, some kids even take themselves out from just being bullied online.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, it's true, but when B. Williams had a good point. Like when I was saying schizophrenia, it generally manifests somewhere between like it could range when puberty onsets, and I think 25 is generally like the maximum age if it doesn't manifest by then.
Hmm.
But if he's showing signs of paranoia, things like that, because that's what it sounds like. I don't know. I just say, I mean, eliminate everything. Like, okay,
Right,
what's
right.
what's going on here? Do you have CT? You can't see if he has CT because he's still alive. But like before something happens, if he's just this, if his behavior is this extreme, take out that tough love jail stuff. You don't want him to go to jail act like, and yelling at him and stuff and bucking up on him. Take that out for a second. And y'all, he's got three good parents, from what it sounds like. He's got three parents that are willing
Hmm.
to be able to be there and help him. One of them sounds like a preacher. Take that out for a second and just go get him, like, surround him, do an intervention, surround him in love, and
But
get him
listen,
somewhere.
Vicky, we're talking about buckwheat and neck bone, okay?
I'm not talking
Not
about
net
Nesto.
bone. Back,
Yeah,
jump in when you get ready
we,
to.
we, we, we're talking about buckwheat and neck bone. They don't have any parenting skills, in my opinion.
I agree.
They don't have a clue what it is to be a parent. You heard that fool say, "Well, you was with him all the way from elementary school to to now." Like,
So you
nigga,
put them out.
yeah. What happened to the feeding times and buying some diapers and taking him to preschool, and you had a whole life before you go to school. But I'm just saying, just think of their logic. They don't really have parenting skills. To them, being a parent is go take them something for Christmas. And in Buckwheat's case, go the Grinch that stole Christmas from somebody else and take it to his kids. Okay, Dre may have gotten his a little, a little better way, but both of them were on the phone. Dre was on the phone just, last week saying, we had to go do whatever we had to do to get those, to make Christmas happen. So at one point, both of them was out there robbing and doing nefarious
Something.
things.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were allegedly doing nefarious things to get their kids Christmas stuff. So we're talking about people that don't even really know how to be a parent. And being a parent is not an easy task, even when you're trying to walk the straight and narrow road. When you go to work and be parents like we were, hell, it was hard for us because you don't get a handbook in that. All of
It's
that is
true.
by intuition, experience, what your parents, raised you, and you try to put all that together and put it in a big mixing bowl and see what you come up with. And then you take some fools like these two who really don't haven't taken the time out to even learn their kids, because that's problem number one. I don't feel like that they really know their kids like that. They
Yeah.
know of their kids, but they don't really
Mhm.
know what their kids are. They don't really know their kids like the mamas do. So the best thing he can do is let the little boy go back home to his mom, who's been around him, so she can maybe try to figure some things out.
You
And
think
she
in
can.
the old school way of parenting, which is a traditional way.
No, I'm not saying. Well, let me finish up though before you
And
before
then I
before,
got it back up.
before you
I got
shoot me down, Vic. Let me
people,
finish it up. I
three
think he
people
need.
waiting.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I think he needs to go back to his mom and let his mom rule out some things that's not wrong with him. And
Yeah.
then maybe she can take him to a therapist, or maybe, direct him to the right place so that he can get the proper help. That's all I wanted to say.
And I agree with you because Dre said he's really only home on the weekend. I don't know how long he's been working that schedule, but he says he's like gone Sunday through
He
Thursday
said,
or
I
something like
think
that.
Thursday. He's on. He said he's home Thursday and Friday. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
that's not enough time.
yeah. And money is not gonna do it. Not, you got to put in the time. Okay, Bank, it's your turn. Miss
Hey,
Boogie
ladies.
down, you next, and then Nozella.
Hey, ladies. First of all, I'd like to apologize if you start hearing some music in the background. My neighbor got her crackhead boyfriend, not boyfriend, but brother next door with his crackhead girlfriend, and they playing music outside for no reason. But anyway, um, I just want to say I agree with both Vicky and I said what I said, especially with I said what I said. The kids are soft. I call it. Me and my sister talk about it as having no coping skills. That is something that is pretty new to me as far as generations, because I think every generation has a problem with the younger generation. But one thing I am noticing, and I don't know what my parents noticed as boomers and part of the greatest generation, but the thing is, coping skills is a big one. Now, I don't have any kids that's well known, and I first of all would like to take my hat off to everybody on the panel that do have kids. I said it jokingly in the chat, but it's true. My sister, Lady T Bug, I was the youngest. My older sis had a lot of influence on me, and she took a lot of L's for me, and she was the original OG. But I babysat kids young, and I realized early on I didn't want that mess. I was like, no, I don't want no kids. And I was young, but then the nail in the coffin to me, and I don't mean to bring the temperature down, but when my oldest niece passed away, I'm like, I can't do this. I don't know how people do this, because somebody said it best. Having a child is like having your heart outside of your chest walking around. And I'm like, I'll just be a good auntie. But I will say from a personal level, for you guys who have parented, you can speak on it. I tried to tiptoe around that, but I just observed from what I've seen in my personal life with my siblings and also my professional life. I worked on a college campus for almost 10 years.
Hmm.
And it's real easy to expect or suspect a traumatic incident may have
Hmm.
did it to Dre's son, but I'm leaning towards Vicky because I've seen it even when I was a cop. The mental health, really, when young men come into play between 18 and 26, and schizophrenia is a big thing, or some mental health issues are a big thing. And like you said, I think you said I said what I said with the hormones, or maybe you, Lady T Bug, the hormones jumping off. He doesn't understand why he's feeling the way he feels. And a lot of these kids, this is their first time away from home. College, going away on
Yeah.
campus is stressful. And when you don't have coping skills, and then you're around an environment where all your safety, everything that you felt comfortable with is kind of taken from underneath you, and you might be experiencing some anxiety or something like that, it can be traumatic. And so they start to self medicate. That's why you start seeing the vaping and the drinking and the smoking. my nephew, he actually we just found out. Well, he just told us a couple of months ago he's getting ready to be a dad for the first time. He's 20. He'll be 27 this year.
Okay.
But when he was
Congratulations.
younger, he took my sister and my brother-in-law through it. He was 19. He's a big my nephew is probably about 6'3", muscular. I mean, he's about as big as his daddy. But his daddy thought at 19 that he was gonna gather my nephew up. My brother-in-law got gathered up. And it was like that's when he realized I'm dealing with a man. And I'm gonna have to start just I'm gonna have to let him go. Him and my sister, and I know it's tough. Dre
Yeah.
needs to just let Lil Dre or whatever his name, he needs to let him go figure it out. I think right now Dre is parenting from fear. And like I said, the parents up here can tell me if I'm wrong. I think he didn't do what he was supposed to do when he was younger. Because I'm a firm believer, you squash it at 3 so you don't have to deal with it at 13. My sister used to have a thing with my nephew. I'd let him talk back when he was little. I'm like, where is this from? We couldn't talk back. And she swear to the day she don't remember saying it. But she was like, I remember when we was growing up, Mama never let us talk, have our say. I just want him to have his say. That boy turned 13, 14. He had his say all right. And I reminded her. And she was like, did I say that? I said, yes, you did. So I think there's just certain things that you have to instill in kids when they're younger, and they still may go left, but I believe
Right.
they'll come back right because you did your job. Now if they still out there clowning, because that's how my mother was, and that's how my sister is today. I know I raised you right. Now if you want to get out there and be a fool,
Mm-hmm.
I've given you the foundation. Now, when you want to act right, you can come back over. We can, you can come over. You can wash your clothes. You can hang out. But if you want to be out in those streets, and you stay out in those streets, all I can do is pray for you because it has to be tough as a parent when your kid is going left and not going right. And how do you sleep at night? All those things. I think about that stuff. So I think right now Dre is parenting from fear, and Nesto is a textbook narc sperm donor. That's all he is. That's all he is. He believes because he donated that makes him a daddy. I've seen that too with my other sister and her husband. To this day, that's the one who went away for 3 years, but tell his kids that he was away at school. They sit there, they was cracking up like, remember Daddy said he was away at school for 3 years? And he lives in this fantasy land, and they just let him have it because it's easier. And I believe that's what
Easy
Laverte
to deal
does.
with them.
Yes, that's what I think Laverte does. It's just easier to deal with Daddy. Just let him live in his fantasy. We talked about that before. But I'm going to stop here because I know Miss Boogie Down is coming up, and I know she has 2 boys. So I'll be kind of interested in her take on all of this. But Dre is trying to vent to somebody who just does not have the emotional and intellectual depth to kind of give him comfort in this moment. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Bank. Go ahead, Miss Boogie Down.
Hey, ladies, what's going on? Can y'all hear me?
Hey,
Yes.
Miss Boogie Down.
How you
Yes,
doing?
we can hear you.
Okie dokie. Yeah.
Uh-oh, now she went out.
That's why she was testing.
Oh,
I was ready too.
Yeah, she'll come back.
Can you hear me now?
yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes, we can
So
hear you.
first of all, great. First and foremost, to Bank, I want you to stop saying that about not being a parent, right? Because this is the problem with these guys. They think because they donated the sperm that makes them the dad. That is not
Mm-hmm.
what makes you a parent. Yes,
I didn't say that.
biologically,
That's
you
what I
are
thought I
not a
said.
mom. You are not a mom biologically, but that does not mean that you are not a mom. I've heard you on plenty of platforms, and you often talk about your niece and losing your niece and then raising your niece's kids. You are a parent. Okay. You
Oh,
are
I
just not
got
a
you. I got
biological mom. Okay.
you.
So let's stop there.
Yes,
Number
ma'am.
2. Oh, no. Seriously, because I've even had to go through this with one of my girlfriends who biologically doesn't have any kids, but like myself, she became an auntie at a young age, and she and her nieces and nephews sometimes will come to her before they go to their own parents. So I appreciate that because, like with my son, he goes to his auntie, he goes to my youngest sister. So if I want the tea, I know how to be nice to my sister so I could get the tea because he don't want to talk to me. So that right there, just stop excluding yourself. But again, like I said, real talk, because these guys here think because they donated this sperm that makes them the dad. It didn't. It started there, but that is not where it ends. And this is part of the problem. You think because you have this title that everything is supposed to be your way or the highway. And like everybody has been saying, they forget where they were in life. I don't care whether their dad is or their moms were good or bad or whatever the situation is. No parent wants their kid to have the life of having been repeat cycles, being in prison. None of us want that for our kids. None of us want that for our nieces and nephews. None of that want that for our little cousins and those who are behind us that we're watching. And maybe because we have a little bit more experience, we can give them some advice. So therefore, Dre, and everybody knows I'm not a fan, but I am a fan right now because I feel his pain. Because right now, this kid is in a place where he can't be reached. Now, I want to somebody just correct me. Am I hearing that the little boy's stepfather, and let me not say that, this young man's stepfather is a preacher?
That's what it sounds like, because he said he over there with the preacher man, but he didn't really go into detail. So we just connected that as to being.
So now let's do this, because we all know this is, and I'm sure the majority of this chat and panel, we're Black people, right? Let's go to the church. You got a stepdaddy who is a preacher. Your mama is sitting up there as a first lady. So she already got some stuff with her. So everybody wants to pray the issues away. Vicky made a very good point about he might need some type of mood stabilizers. He might hormonally be chemically imbalanced. And therefore, nope, because mama is remarried to, or I don't know if she was ever married to Dre, but let's just say she's remarried and she got preacher man here who's praying away spirits and everything, but nobody is nobody is remembering that God made doctors, God made lawyers, right? Like these are people who also profess to love God. So why are we not using them? Because clearly whatever the preacher man and mama is doing, it ain't working. Then he goes to Dre. Hey, let's go with that. I'm already going through mood swings or whatever. Let's just go through us as women. And when you're going through your menstrual, especially in your teenage years, you were very sensitive and everything else, right? Well, boys don't get a physical period, obviously, but they do go through mood swings. So Dre, you're not there. This boy could be lonely. He can't be at his mama's house because he done acted out and now he want to come stay with you. So mom might be practicing herself tough love and being like, okay, you're not going to be coming between my house and your daddy's house the way you feel like it or whatever. And then daddy is not home. You are there in a physical, financial sense. That is it. You are not there with him, talking it out, finding out what's going on. Let's go to number 2, having boys and having these Black men be their fathers, good or bad. This boy is into sports. He may not want to be into sports. My oldest, my bonus baby, my stepson is in New York. He is in the Hall of Fame for baseball. Let me tell you something. This kid graduated college and told me and my husband at the time, I'm not doing this for a profession. I don't like it. I'm good at it. I'm great at it, but I don't want to do this. And he stopped. My ex-husband went bizarre. I had to call his big brother. I had to call my dad, who he's always had a great respect for, and my big brother. Y'all need to talk this Negro off the ledge because he sounds crazy. Because at the end of the day, I said, listen, first of all, he went to school on a full ride. So you didn't lose any money college-wise, right? And you did what you were supposed to do as a parent, sending him money, keeping money in his account and all other kinds of stuff. But he don't owe you anything other than to be a good, decent, hard-working individual. And if he chooses not to go professionally into the MLB, that's you living out your dream. Because you wanted to be an athlete and it didn't go that way for you. He's choosing his path. That's what we put these kids in school for. And I said, and listen, I get it. You hurt. You want to be able, because your son is good. This kid, again, at 17 years old, is inducted in the Child Version Hall of Fame for baseball. And I'm telling you, he is over 30 and I've never seen him happier. And he has never looked back on that decision. So now you got somebody like Dre, who, like Vicky said, he sounds like he's a hard up pops. He feels like, well, you didn't have to do what I did, and I'm affording you all this stuff. I'm buying you cars and this and this and that. So this is the mentality this kid is dealing with. He can't talk to this man about maybe not wanting to play baseball or maybe not being as good as he is. Because one thing I haven't heard in any of these calls is you talking about how you stopped going on your road trips and went to go watch him play his games. I haven't heard that. Now, maybe that was going on, and Mr. Dre, if you're listening and I'm overstepping, then I apologize. But what I haven't heard is you being present throughout all of his situations. You think finance is what determines and makes you a good dad. Sir, you are supposed to pay for him whether you're ever in his life or never not, and you get no credit for that. Like Chris Rock said, what do you want? You taking care of your child and you want an effing cookie? You don't get no props for that, bro. That's your job. Now, what makes you a good, bad, or whatever type of parent you want to put us as parents as is your presence. And it sounds like you have not been present. So, sir, fall back. If you listening on these YouTube streets, real talk from a parent to another parent, because I can't ever teach you how to raise your son to be a man, because I couldn't do it for my own. That's what their dad is for. But what you need to do is be present. Stop talking. Forget the fact that Nesto is even in jail. I don't even care about that. Right now, the issue is your child, and you're figuring out what's going on. And if you and that mom can't come together, then you do your part. You have the resources. Get your child some psychotherapy. We don't do this enough, especially in our community. And if he is in a household with a preacher, oh, heaven forbid, because I know this kid is getting neglected, because that's our damn problem. In the Black society, we want to pray it away. We're going to pray this spirit away. No, he may need some medication to help ease that spirit out of there.
I want to interject about the preacher, because one thing I know about the preachers that I've been around here, them preachers are never home. They always have something to do. They got to go to the, and I said what I said, I can jump in on this one. She gonna get me. They gotta go see the sick and shut in. They gotta do this at the church. They got funerals. They got so much to do. It's hard to be hands-on because they're I got to echo, because of their role as being the pastor, the preacher, or whatever you want to refer to them as. It's a lot of responsibility, and it's a lot of responsibility too for the first woman. I said what I said.
Yeah, first lady.
The preacher can seem to help everybody else except for their own home. And most of the time, the preacher have the worst kids on the block, because they want the kid to do as I say and not do as I do. And most of the time, the kids see what they do at home. They see that normal life that they live at home. And then they watch them go to the church and, preach those damnation sermons and point the finger at everybody else when they need to actually, get the thorn out their own eye. And also, preachers expect way too much out of their children. They don't, like I said, they don't parent that. They don't do a great job at parenting their kids because they're too busy taking care of their church and their own life.
Yeah, the congregation.
And the congregation. And they really don't have time for their own children, but they expect their children to live a certain way and to be a certain way. Now, with this guy not being Dre's, this is his stepfather, that's kind of a different dynamic. And what I see with that is they just got rules and regulations of the house that little Dre may not want to follow, right? Mommy might have let Dre get away with a lot of things, and then when Reverend so and so get over there, then now Dre can't do that. It's no longer permissible. And then you got your real daddy that's not paying any attention to you because he's at work all the time. So the boy is just, he's really kind of lost in the sauce. And at the end of the day, he may be just doing the drugs and the vaping. It may just be acting out. just so he can get some attention, although it's negative attention from his parents, but it's some type of attention. At least they're paying attention to him now, because it sounds like, that he hasn't, a lot of attention haven't been paid to the boy. Now, I don't know anything about his home life with his mom, but I
Mhm.
do understand if she married to a preacher, you can rest assured, and it's like any man. Anytime your mother marry another man and another man come in that house, we all know rules change.
Yeah.
Everything shifts when a man come into the house, and so that may be part of the issue also. Who knows what the problem is? And it could be, like, people are some people putting in the chat, he might just want to be grown and spelling himself, and like Boogie Down say,
Well,
he
he
might.
was grown. He was in college. He
But
didn't
I'm
have
just
no
saying,
parents around him. So, I
but he
mean,
might
to
not have
me,
wanted to go to college.
no, I'm just saying he had an opportunity not to be around the
Yeah.
structure far as the parents when he
Hmm.
was away at college. Clear to me something else is going on, and I'm sorry,
And he may have been failing
I don't know
school.
what it is.
He could have been failing school, and
Yeah,
school may have not been, he may have been trying his hardest, and
yeah,
sometimes, he just say, well, hell, I just give up, I can't do this no more.
yep.
I'm not going nowhere. It's year 2 or 3. I'm not gonna
Hmm.
graduate on time. All these expectations are on me, and I'm gonna just give up, because I just can't do this.
Right,
And college is really not for everybody. And so
that's
Right.
he
that's
may have
true.
got tired of just faking the funk.
Okay,
I
okay,
agree.
Nozella, and then Shan, you up next.
Oh, I was just waiting. This is like very deep because I have two girls that I raised on my own, and my oldest is going to be 22. She
Mm-hmm.
she didn't go off to college, but she goes to the local community college because I felt like you need college practice. You know your people. So it's like instead of spending a lot of money going to university, let's use what we got to get what we want and go to this college down the street 2 years. But
Mm-hmm.
boom, But
Mm-hmm.
the kids ain't the same kids. They don't. We It's a mess. And as a parent that's been living in I've learned in the 20,000, I don't know what we calling this. So I've had more years in these 2K years than in the 1900s. And it's a struggle for me. It is a lot for me personally because, like, I'm wondering when he went to college, my first question is, did he go? And I'm jumping in on the college because I just have questions. Did he go to college during the shutdown? And was those supposed to be his glory years? But then he might have been at home on the internet, eating and stuff, not working out or not having the proper college years. Like, I don't know. And then when it's time for it to come back, they hitting them all upside the head with the ball and stuff. I don't know. So I have questions because even in my own household, the pandemic really done a number on my own children. Like I could tell the difference just from the pandemic. I don't have the smoking and drinking. I'm the only smoker drinker up in here,
Mm-hmm.
but it's a lot of different mood swings and attitudes and withdrawals and just different things. And then two, these they're on these games. These games is something else. They got a lot of other people on the games, other people in the internet, on the Discord, wherever the people at. So it's more bullies in real life. And then two, they're not out doing grown stuff. If he at home and instead of being locked up in a room, that's a whole nother thing. Cause like I know everybody didn't get out and get on their own, but when
Mm-hmm.
I had my issues with my mother, I
Mm-hmm.
got out and got me an apartment. Like I'm it was a different respect there for me to where no, I'm not going to sit at nobody's home and get into arguments or buck up at them and play the game. But I think the is different. Like
Mm-hmm.
somebody mentioned they're a little inch man, they're a little inch man. They have not the living is different because we raised the children different and gave them different stuff so they don't have the struggle stories. But I don't know if I feel like sometimes these kids need to struggle. But that's just my own, opinion on that. So the drugs, yeah, he's at home on drugs because he's depressed. These people are emo. They have all these feelings and stuff. They're not even doing nothing. I don't even know if his son got a real friend. These people don't even have real friend groups, like maybe online, but do he even have someone outside his family he can call? So it's layers. And for them to be up doing the jail calls like they was all Father of the Year, because all in all,
Yeah.
you and his mama, I don't know if this the son who he had to go in the woods because she was cheating on him and all of that while he was in jail or whatever was going on. I
Yeah.
don't know. But
Yeah. Yeah. We
the
don't know.
aces,
You're right.
like we talked about, well, because I be there talking, all handling my business, talking back. So I'm gonna say we. And you mentioned when you go to the doctor, they ask you
Yes.
these different questions. The
Hmm.
ACEs are real. The adverse childhood, what is it? Adverse childhood something, or is real, and they need to ask us that because we've all been through stuff. Having a father that went to jail is ace. That's one thing that's in scarred him. He missed those years. All in all, you might think it didn't do nothing, but it did something. So it did Nesto out of Finesto. Would somebody say, I'll talk to you on the jail phone, but you got to send me $100. And that's just it. And that was
That's
the
his
funny.
fee. That's his fee for
A
being a listening
$100.
ear.
He a jailhouse therapist. He might be flip flopping.
Wait a
Yeah,
minute, hold it
because you
up.
know about flip flopping. How was
What?
Gary with the team?
Yeah,
You
we
you
got,
was
hold on, y'all. We got golf ball size hail coming down right now.
Oh
ooh, I
no.
hear it.
I'm scared. You hear it. You hear how hard it is coming down.
Yes.
Where your car at?
Oh, I have a carport, but still, I
Oh,
don't.
okay. Because
I
I
hope
saw
I
where
put it under
somebody
there. Let
had
me.
a health and they windshield was cracked.
Well, shit, I'm scared it's gonna bust out my windows as hard as it's coming down.
Oh my God.
I can hear it.
I have double windows though, the double panes. So hopefully I'm okay. But okay, I'm sorry. Out of the
Okay,
blue.
because I gotta bring Shan up.
Oh no,
Okay,
I'm done.
I'll
I'm
be
done.
back, y'all.
I'm done.
I'm gonna go make sure my car is under this carport good enough.
Okay, I'm gonna put you on mute. Okay, she putting on mute herself.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done because it's the flip flopping for me.
It was the flip flopping for you. Hey Joseph, did I miss anybody? This issue took away from home. Yeah, we don't really know. We just going by, what's going on in the call. But there you go, Shan.
Hi guys. Can you hear me? 'Cause I'm
Yes.
on my phone this time.
Okay.
Okay. I kind of
You
agree
a
with
boy, mom. You a
everyone.
boy, mom.
And that's what I was about to say. I disagree in
Hey,
the fact
Shan.
that, hey, I'm gonna disagree because I have two athletes, boy and a girl. And the college experiences were different. And also, I'm only gonna go based on what I hear because I can't go as far as you guys went. But I will say that I feel like just based on how he described the issue, he went away to school. He didn't have such a good experience, and I don't believe it was with something way different because when you have these athletes, they have things going on, and if they can't talk to you or talk to somebody else, which sounds like he couldn't, they're going through things and they need to talk to people who's not people on their team. Because my son didn't talk as much, but my daughter, she let it out. Okay, so she was releasing, but my son not so much. So I will say that the one thing I do believe is, like Lady T Buck said earlier, they're not going to talk to us, and most boys
Right.
don't want to talk to a mom and a dad he doesn't really, and I'm not gonna dog Dre as much as some people have been in the chat because he doesn't know how to be a dad. I don't even know if he had a dad. So he thinks his financial part and his structure is what parents were back then, is you do what I say, not as I do type stuff, and I'm paying for this and I'm paying for that. So he has a different outlook. But for me, I don't think it's far mental as most people are saying. I think it's just an athlete that didn't do as good as they thought they were going to do. He went to a JUCO, which is not most athletes that you've been playing this sport, and your a JUCO is not your aspiration. And I feel like at the point he was at, he was not going further because in JUCO, after your first year or so, if you're gonna go to a higher level school, and that's the goal if you go to JUCO, because it sounds like he was at JUCO and he wanted, and the higher level is the next thing. Doesn't sound like he was going there. So as an athlete, what I have seen from athletes, male and female, is they start getting into a lot of trouble and doing things because I'm not gonna say it's depression, but I'm gonna say it's defeat because they don't know how not to be good. Because in high school, middle school, and all that other stuff, you are the man, you are the girl, you are
Mhm.
killing it. But when you
Mhm.
get to the level where everybody is
Everybody
good,
good.
even
Right.
in JUCO, you're defeated. And especially if you don't go to a good JUCO where they picking up people from all the time. So
Yeah.
you're defeated and I don't think nothing major happened to him away. I think he came back and got into the what was happening around him in his streets, neighborhood, community around him. And the vaping thing, all vape is poison, in my opinion. If you read the reports, you read the studies that have come out on this vaping stuff, whether you're vaping, is all chemicals, it's all toxins inhaler, it's just not nicotine. In my opinion, from what I've read, it's worse than nicotine because nicotine takes a little longer to get you. When this vaping stuff is really more poisonous, if you have not
Okay.
seen the PSAs.
Okay.
Um, and also Dre is trying to vent to his homeboy because at this time he doesn't know we're listening. He know in
Yes.
2025, but at this
Yes.
point he don't know we listening. And in Dre's mind, he might believe that bullshit Nesto talking like I tried to get all my kids, I was a good daddy. No, no, you wasn't, homeboy. You tried to get all your kids because, like somebody else said, I think you was trying to get on Ada. It was something behind getting all your kids because you not. That's not you. That's not your character. Okay, from what we've been hearing, that's not your character. You use everybody, but I think Dre was needing a friend, and most men don't talk to other men about stuff like that. Especially, I feel like Dre feels like he's failed as well. So he's at his wits' end, and he don't know what to do. So how can he help his kid? And the only reason why I feel like I'm more in tune to my kids because my husband is not. I feel like my husband would be spiraling more than Dre because he would be ready to knock you out and be talking about what you'd have had all that. Because we two different types of parent. And I always had to tell him, sit down. I got to sit down because then you have to kind of, these kids these days, like I think that was out the bushes just was speaking. You have to talk to these kids on their level. They're different from us. And
Yeah.
that burns me up all the time. And I have to try to keep myself from yelling because they're very different from us. Because we got it out the mud. It was just do what you got to do and keep it pushing. They don't have to do that anymore. They have all these things, all these influences that we didn't have. And you have to meet them where they at. And I don't think that listening to Dre, I don't think that the pastor and his mom is such a big problem. I think the problem is he doesn't have anybody to talk to. May it be a therapist or a counselor or a friend or somebody that understands his plight. And that's where when he told Dre, you're not gonna understand. Both my kids done told me that before. But I'm like, how you know I'm gonna understand if we don't talk about it? So I let them tell me about it and then be like, okay, so I don't understand. What don't I understand? But see, I'm only doing that because I was in prisons. I was dealing with criminals. My whole decades been with felons and
And they
whatnot.
were
So
too.
yeah, and so, but see, I'm on the other end. I'm on the end that got to deal with them. So I couldn't just punch you when you got out of line. I had to wait on you to punch me first. You know what I'm saying? At work. So I could take you down once you get to doing what you're doing. Then I just do what I got to do. But I couldn't before that. So I always had to use my mouthpiece. Okay. So I learned that and I took that skill to my parenting. Like I interrogate my kids all the time when they don't even realize I'm interrogating them. And if you weren't taught that, like if you ain't got a parent, a good parent or you just don't know. And Nesto is not the counselor for real. Dre need to find one of the women he talking to, because Nesto gonna have you and your son 6 feet, 8 feet under, 10 feet under, as Medea said, and y'all gonna be knucking if you bucking listening to him, because he don't know how to deal with his own. Because Dion calls him all the time, begging and pleading for assistance in his life and just a little nurturing, just a little care. And he never gives it to that boy. Because if my kid called me, all his friends is passing away, and every time you look up, he in a car accident, I'll be like, look, you got, come on, we got to talk. We need to just talk about some things, like
I
what's really
agree.
going on. Like, so next to the wrong to be talking to, but I just don't think it's as deep as we are like purporting it to be with his son. I think he just needs somebody. And another thing that a lot of people ain't gonna agree with me on is this boy think he grown as fuck. First of all, let's go there. Cause I'm 20 whatever. I'm grown as fuck. They trying to tell me what to do. This is my car, even though you paid for it and you probably pay the
I
insurance
agree
too, because
with
I ain't
you.
got a
I
job.
agree with you 100. Just not to. I agree.
Yeah, and so a lot of times you gotta squabble with that, because me and my daughter had a squabble about that when she was about 18. Because I'm like, what I could do is we could put this car in your name, you could pay this insurance, you can pay your phone bill, you can pay all them bills that we still paying, and you got it, sis. And when I started talking like that, her eyes got big, like, how I'm gonna do all that? But see, she thought she was grown as hell at 18, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, girl. I didn't even combat her. I'm just like, okay, you want to be grown? We'll even let you have the car we gave you. But guess what? When we give it to you, there's certain things you gotta have some insurance on it. You gotta blah 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 blah. She didn't want to hear all that shit. She calmed down real quick. So it's like, if you don't know how to deal with this stuff, Nesto ain't the one. Like he ain't the one, because he ain't never grew up. He's still that little boy that was back there in GDC, GDOC, dealing with them COs, and he don't know no better either, because he still think it's okay to take somebody money and do what you want to do with it just because you give him them little wang wang. You know what I'm saying? So he ain't the one. He just ain't the one. And I
Hmm.
hope, and seeing as though it's still going on with his son, and it's not, he hasn't like been arrested yet or went to jail, I feel like it's more along the lines of what I'm saying is like the athlete stuff, because you got to really have an athlete and see some defeat in them at some point. Because my daughter, out the bushes, was one of those C19 kids that stunted her career. My daughter was going to her dream school and everything, crushed, because it didn't happen, because after C19 they gave those kids an extra year. So the senior slot that she was taking did not go anywhere. So she had to quickly maneuver, and it wasn't what she wanted, but we dealt with it. Like, she dealt with it, and we figured out, and we had several talks about it too. That's why I said I think, because I do know some kids who didn't make it, and that's what me and her always talked about. Like, you were able to switch your plans around and still do what you wanted to do, whereas your friend here and this person there, they didn't even get to do it because they just got flipped by C19. You were able to make another plan, and that's partly because your mama saw coming and was like, look, you got some options. This, you need to see what you want to do. Da da da. But see, everybody ain't looking like that. So they don't know. But it's something different with athletes, teenage athletes, when it don't go like they want to go. And it happens a lot. And mainly I seen a few football players where in high school they was that dude. Colleges wasn't looking at them like that. They didn't really make it nowhere. And it's like now they're defeated and they don't know what to do in life. The next time you look up, you're like, dude, he got 6 felonies and he been to prison. Like,
Hmm.
whoa, what happened? Because when they hit
Excuse me.
that mark, they didn't work. Most of these kids been doing their sports since they 9, 10 years old. Then when they get to 20, I've been doing this for 9, 10 years. Now all of a sudden it's like, boop, stop. So even with
Yeah,
us,
it's like
if
they
you're working,
identity,
yeah,
but again, it's still parenting to me, because you do
yeah,
have to prepare your kids for certain
you
things.
do. You
And
do. And
you may not make it. What's gonna be the plan B? Because to me, that's a
right,
part of being a parenting. I'm not throwing my
right,
child to the wolves. I'm not doing it. Okay. If it's within my will and I have the resources, I'm going to try to help my child become successful. I'm not, I'm never, she's never gonna be alone long as I'm here.
right.
And
And see,
I
that's
mean, if
another
he
thing
was
that
my
plays into
kid,
it too.
I would take a different path with my kid.
But remember,
Rather grown or not. Yeah, we
I
gonna
understand
have a
that, but
discussion.
remember, he also said at a point in the conversation, I wish Nesto would have let him elaborate because Nesto jumped in. Yeah, that happened with me too. Where he said, well, is it anybody what's going on with him? Like somebody, what they telling him about you? Da, da, da. And Dre started to say, well, he done been told some stuff, and he is kind of being said
Oh
about
yeah.
me. So now that I'm finding out that the stepfather is possibly Mr. Deacon or a pastor, that he's
Oh,
the deacon or a pastor, that what's been like what's been going on in the co-parenting situation too, because that always is difficult for kids too, because I've been hearing this about you from my mama and dude over here. Then you think I'm supposed to come over here and listen to you, my guy? When you and knowing Dre got a past, we don't know what they saying about Dre's past, even though that's over 20 years ago, 40 years ago, something like 30.
he said they've
We
been
don't
friends for
really
30
know.
years. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't really know what was being said, you know what I'm saying, from the co-parenting situation. So it's sad because this is the issue with a lot of young people, because their dreams are stunted and they don't have a plan B. And that, like you said, Lady T Bug, it's a parenting thing, because Cole, you got three parents, bruh. Like it shouldn't have been this difficult with three parents, but sometimes it's that difficult with four. So it's all about the person too, because I ain't even gonna say the child. I'm gonna say the person, because at this stage you can't even force him to go talk to somebody, even if you wanted him to. Like, so
But
say
we
you
can
wanted him to
try.
talk to
We can
somebody
try.
and he say no, I don't, and he just don't. Because I think if they took the medical route, that the doctors may have referred and he didn't want to go, in my opinion. Because
Hey
I know
Cornell.
if we go a medical route with my kids doctor, which I don't know how long they've been seeing their doctor, but my kids been with their doctor for, well, until she dropped them off at 23. They had been with her from like my daughter since birth, my son since about one. So I think whenever it was not something medical, if we had questions, me or my husband, she would always refer us to that other place. And she have before, like with my son, because I told y'all he wouldn't talk to me. And when we went in there to see her, because she saw him up to 23, I told her what was going on with him, and she was like, well, see if he'll talk to somebody. And she gave some referrals. That's why I'm like, I don't I since he's not progressed in his whatever's going on with him really bad at the day, and it's what, 2 years later, I'm thinking like it's just at the point growing pains, and hopefully they're trying to help, or he gets some help, or he finds somebody to talk to and he can kind of basically grow out of it. Because these days some of these kids start out vaping and stop once they get around people that don't do that, or that say, man, that's toxic. Like, I'm gonna give you, see, because if I knew him, I'd give him the packet, because I got the sheets for vaping. This is not good at all. Like, if you gonna do something, go and smoke some squares, because vaping is really bad, guys. Look it up. All you gotta do is Google it. It's really, really bad, and it takes effect quicker than squares now. Okay, so that's all I wanted to say. I'm gonna let everybody go ahead on, because
Isn't it some? I mean, I would also think I would like to pivot just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Having a daddy that likes to throw shade, a subtle shade, and then dig in might be something to that too. Like, sometimes parents they don't really realize that they hurting your feelings, and I guess, and as we've all kind of clarified, these kids nowadays are sensitive. But I do want to pivot to some of the things that were said during the first and second call, when how the conversation about this parenting, about them being parents of the year, are they competing for daddy of the year?
Uh-huh.
Um, when he told him that Shirley couldn't bring that truck over there, he didn't.
Mm-hmm.
It complete. Nesto didn't. Nesto didn't ask him anything that he was telling Shirley to do. Nesto didn't ask him, well, can you go over there or can you help take her to or she doesn't want to go to the dealer and drop it off. Can you help her take it over there? all like how it, I think how it started is Dre said, no, she can't bring it over here because I have DeAndre's car over here. I have a, yard full of stuff, so she can't bring it over here. Nesto didn't try to like he didn't he. I mean, I know it kind of because it's a serious matter. It did pivot towards Dre, but he did not try to go head on, ladies. Church ladies come out in my neighborhood. I mean, they are dressed to the nines with the church at and everything. It's girl, we don't see black people like that out here often. I'm sorry, sorry. um, Nesto didn't ask for anything for as far as help with Shirley. I mean, and then I like the fact that Dre did clarify that I don't see you. I don't have anything to do with this. Um, if police, if you're listening, I don't know. I don't. I've seen the truck once in 3 years.
I'm
But
laughing.
you're right. But you're right. And real quick too, before we move on, I just wanted to say I put it in the chat, but there was a point in the most recent call where Dre said there was remember there's the son of the lady that he dated years ago that
Mhm.
his son hangs out. He's older and he seems to
Mhm.
listen to him. And I like that Shan pointed out too, because 2 years later, he ain't been in nothing serious. That's why I say I think Dre is kind of parenting from fear. It's like it sounds like the boy. He may not be totally right, but he's not sinking. He's holding his ground right now. So I think he wants to rap, and he's in the studio. He's trying to find his way. He hasn't been in jail like Nesto and Dre. You know, it doesn't sound like he's been in any serious trouble with the law, like even
Right.
outside of that. So it sounds like the boy is just trying to make his way. So that is encouraging. But I think he does have someone he looks up to like a big brother that he's talking to.
But he
Um,
has a big brother, so that's another thing
yeah.
with Dre. Like, why you got two sons? Like, you don't get you never got them together and do anything. The foster, that
Yeah.
bond between brothers.
And people forget, like yesterday, I had to dip out, but before I dipped out on your live, I was so mad I had to. But when everybody was talking on the panel, I went back over to IG and I went through his Nesto's IG, the one that's still up, and I forgot about the daughter that was leaving all those messages. So Nesto got a lot of nerve. That girl was pleading, talking about she didn't want to be here anymore. Please, Daddy, call me. Where you at? You don't love me. I mean, it's just if you guys go over there, if anybody hasn't, if they go over there and they just read through, because she's basically the only one that's leaving stuff, and for Nesto to sit
Well,
there and
these
talk to
people say they leave their kids out. They gotta find their way.
yeah, but I'm just saying though,
That's what
Nesto for
Nesto
all his
said.
big talk, the way he just let that girl just out there, and even I don't even know if Shirley even knew he had that page, and I'm not going to try to pivot to that, but just anybody just reading that, even if you didn't know who Nesto was, you're going to read that like, why aren't they responding to her? She's literally begging, but yet he has all this advice for Dre. But yeah, I noticed that too early on when him talking about Daryl. Like he just showed up to be nosy. I thought so too. I thought that he had reached out to Daryl. That's why he showed
He
up.
did.
And then just gonna say to Drake, well, you could come and get the truck. Shirley's still paying for that truck at that point. And probably I don't know what's going on with the truck now. But it was just so quick how he was trying to dump the truck off on Dion and then Dre, but it's still in Shirley's name and she still gotta pay for it. He's an awful person.
But Banky did that because remember he really didn't want it to mess up their driveway. He knew it was leaking oil and fluids and
Yeah.
stuff. So he really was trying to get it away from the people's house. It wasn't so much that he was concerned about Shirley and how she got around. It was more
Well, no.
about it was more about, the fact that it was leaking all these fluids and remember he said she can get down
Mhm.
there and put a piece of cardboard under it to stop it and he can come and put some sand on it or some rocks or some shit.
Right.
But
But
basically, it
mhm.
still reverted all the way back to him and what's best
Yeah.
for him in his
Yeah, I know.
raggedy truck. And
But
I
I'm just
read
saying,
that
sure.
on
Yeah.
I read that on IG. And at
Mhm.
first I thought it was maybe a female that he had, messed with at one time, and she was just trying to, get back with him. And it was later on when I found out it was actually his daughter that those messages, that she was sending to him, and they were heartbreaking, saying that I guess you don't love me no more, and I'm trying to contact you, and why won't you love me, and it was a bunch of crazy stuff that he wasn't responding to, but and I just want to say this about Dre's son. Also too, I feel like, when I told you guys it's hard to get over that hump from your child being a child to an adult, right?
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion, that's like one of the hardest parts. The adolescent time to teenage years is hard when they make that crossover, right? And then when they get ready to be grown and they coming from a teenage years and getting into the early 20s, that's a real difficult time for parents as well. And because a lot of times you want the kid to go one way and they want to try to go another way, and both of you guys think that you're right and nobody really want to compromise. And it sounds like that's the way Dre want to rule this kid. It's like he's still trying to rule him as if he's a kid, and really in actuality this this child is really a young man. And I don't think Dre has made that transition yet. He's still looking at him as, I'm still taking care of you, so you're still a child. But in actuality, yes, you are taking care of him, but he's also becoming a man also. And this is the crucial time that Dre need to have a little patience with him, and please don't put him out, because I think that's a mistake that we make as a culture. I feel like we push our kids out the door too quickly, and we don't have enough patience with them. Even when they messing up, I'm not saying them little ninjas ain't bad and they don't mess up and they don't get on your nerves, but I just think we have to have a little bit more patience with them and help them navigate to work, navigate life the way that they're trying to, go and try to pour into whatever it is they're doing, as long as they're trying to do something. Now, if he just laying around smoking and vaping all day, that's not going to help him in society. Right.
Okay. Because I was
That,
gonna say, I said what I said. What if they raising up your blood pressure? Because I
well,
can't go out like Big Mama. I'm sorry.
I know that, but I'm just saying it's hard. It's not easy, because I trust me, I've been there and done that. And they do raise up your blood pressure. They raise up your blood pressure, and they raise all other pressures up that can be raised in your body. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that it's an easy task, and sometimes you do want to just kick them out the house and just be done with it because you get tired. But I'm just saying, you just have to try your hardest to try to have a little patience with them. And it's a growing pain. It really is. And it's a reason why it's called a growing pain. And you just have to try to steer them and keep them on track, and just make sure that they have something that they're trying to do. But now if they just defiant and just say, well, I'm not going to do nothing and just going to lay around, then yeah, kick them on out.
Because it's a thin line. Because you know how the young people, they know all these therapeutic words, and they're saying you're a narcissist. That's why Shay Shay getting caught up. You're trying to manipulate me.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
and they try to manipulate you, and so it's a thin line, because a lot of us that went out from stress from our children, our husband, our work, or whatever, and that stress manifests into illness. And so yes, he needs to get checked with a therapist, but I don't know their insurance situation. I don't know.
Yeah, money. He can pay for cars. He can afford it.
Yeah, you just give them a little responsibility out of the bushes, and sometimes just don't do anything.
Here's the
That's where
problem
I'm
with
at
that,
with it.
in my opinion.
Yeah,
He can't do that. I said what I said because
but I'm
he's
just
not
saying, I'm not saying
there.
forever. I'm not saying
No,
forever.
no, no. I'm saying because in his present situation, no, I'm defending Dre.
Yeah.
Hold your seat. He's not there. So right, hold your seat now. But he's not there to be able to make sure that what he is putting out there, he's not there to make sure it's being delegated, because he is on the road trying to make a living. And that's what I was saying when I was saying he is not present. I was not insulting the man. I'm just saying, let's just be real. In his case, it may be better for at least the child to be with his mother, who may be home more than Dre.
Remember I said that Dre wasn't there.
But my whole thing.
But I'm trying to help Nozella with her issue, because I just, especially with the girls,
No, but I just feel like he not a child no more. And these young people in their mind, and I think because they were stunted with the COVID and different things, they're in the child thing as far as playing video games. Dre might not even be asking that man for no rent money, but he still might be messing up all the dishes, not trying to clean up, but talking
Yep.
mess. Dre gone all week, all month, trying to meet him a
Yep.
lady friend because he
Right.
got a grown son
Right.
and trying to do his thing, come home, the toilet leaking because the son ain't even checked the toilet. But yeah,
He
Well, he
wasn't
don't know
there
how.
then. He had
And
put him out.
that's what I'm saying though. If he ain't trying to do anything, and I just don't think Dre is the candidate to try to help his son. That's why I say he probably need to go back
hey,
home with his
Yeah,
mom
but
and let his
things
mom
don't
get
put
him up
him
with his
out.
mom.
He got to put him out because he's not there. Like
Yeah.
my thing is like to me that is the ultimate reason why he should put him out because he is not there to give this boy what he needs unless he's going to have even if it's not a 9 to 5 but if he's not going to be home at least 5 nights out of those 7 days out of this week
Yeah.
it is nothing that Dre can do at this point with that as far as trying to do what you're saying. I think it's a very good suggestion and I'm one for it. I used to say to my ex-husband because I told you we had to go through legally making sure we had custody of him and my oldest had resentment issues with his parents. I am his best friend till this day out of the parents. Me, not his biological mother, not his biological dad. It is me. When my ex-husband and my actual biological tried to go up against me, I had to talk my oldest off the ledge because he was ready to go for both of them because I was that voice of reason for him and I was the one who didn't turn my back on him. I embraced him because he had made a comment when he was about 18, 19 years old and he was in college and he had made a comment to his dad and his dad said something. He was like, you didn't do nothing, he always called me Steve for stepmom. If Steve did that, you didn't do that. You just went along with what Steve said. You didn't want me here. And it was just like, hold up, wait a minute. Bring it down. But my husband was home every night. He came home every night. So
Exactly.
they had to calm down for a couple of days and we had to keep them separate, but we was able to have dialogue. I talked to my ex-husband first. All right, like what we gonna do here? Because this is not normal. And I'm not having nobody not speak to each other in this damn house. We made a promise to each other that we don't go to bed angry. Well, we damn sure ain't gonna have these kids not talking to us and one another. That's not an option. So you remove that off the table so that it doesn't become. I'm just saying for Dre, unfortunately, and again, I stated saying this in the beginning, we all know I'm not a fan, but I sympathize with him right now. My heart bleeds for him right now because he is in a no-win situation just based on how he makes his livelihood. He is not there to be able to follow up with the follow through. So he can't do that.
And that's why I say,
I believe with him too.
But that's why I say his
Me too.
mom, he need to go back home with his mom and his stepfather, and they need to try to help him get over the hump. But I don't think putting him out in the streets is the answer. Because that's a sure way. Let me just finish. That is a sure way to lose him if they just throw him out in the streets, and that's I'm gonna have to stand on that.
Well, I know, but what if that mom lose her husband because her knucklehead son, like, I don't know, is coming between and all that, trying to choke up her husband is either me or him. Because, I mean, I don't have that kind of issue, but that's a what if, you know what I mean?
Let me just say
So
this.
what if your child go out there and unalive themselves? You know what I'm saying? It's no win-win situation. It's got to be some type of intervention on some level, because me putting my child out and she sleeping on bus, that's not gonna happen. I'm sorry. And
but that's what they depend on.
If the man gotta go for me to save my child, he gotta go. Okay?
Listen, I can tell you from firsthand experience as a child growing up in a home where my older two siblings were not my father's kids. He was their stepfather. And my brother being an issue with my parents, even though he had been with my dad since he was 5 years old. He hit that puberty age and he was starting to smell himself. And it wasn't that my mother put him out. My mother was trying not to. I mean, and my dad wasn't trying to put him out. But when he wanted to buck up into my mom, that was the end of the story. He had to go to the military. So my mother it wasn't about necessarily, like I said, what I said, you know, it's not about putting them out. Like I said earlier, sometimes the door was always open. It was always open for my brother, even for my nephew. But there was a point in time where my mother had to, quote unquote, and my sister had to let them go. You know, like, listen, I'm here for you. You always have a place, you know, but if you come into
Gonna
my
be
house, you
rules.
have to respect the rules of this
Yeah.
house. And
Yeah.
that's where I think that Dre is at. But also, and I'm going to stop here because I know Glorious wants to come up. But I think Dre and his son are a lot alike. Me and my mother are a lot alike. Out of all of her kids, I would challenge her the most because we are more alike. We argue the most because we are alike. And I think that it's hard for my mother to see that, and even for me to recognize that I'm like my mother. And I think that's probably another thing that's happening with Dre and his son, outside of everything else. Personality, they probably are very similar in personalities. And that's hard to
Could
deal
be.
with from a parent
But
standpoint or even as a child.
but
You
I
know,
said that, man.
yeah.
I said that. I said
Did you? I'm sorry, I didn't hear
if
you.
he's not doing anything, then yes, he needs to go. But I'm
Mhm.
saying if you can just be a little patient
Oh no,
and
I agree
just
with you.
and help him navigate through life and try to figure out
Yeah.
the problem. And
Come up with a plan.
all the time your kids don't want to talk to you. Go let him talk to some,
Yeah,
boy
yeah.
that he can talk to. But I'm just saying, just help him figure out a plan before you put him out there in the
Oh
streets.
Right.
yeah,
That's
Cause
all
what
I'm
he
agreed
gonna
saying.
to.
be
It
sleeping
was
on the
my
bus
brother
stop?
was the military. It wasn't just
I
going
got a
out to the
question for
street.
y'all. I got a question for y'all. I got a question for y'all. So, okay, I hear all this talk about helping your kid and all this. That's wonderful that we're parents like that, because I did it with my kids and they, whatever issues we've had, we're doing okay.
Hmm.
But what if they don't want the help and they run around, I'm grown? So then what? Because I feel like even though Dre's parenting may not be conducive, or his mom's parenting may not be conducive to what the boy needs, and they're trying. So what do they do? Because he's not going along with the plans that they came up with. They just let him do him, or what do you do at that point? Because when you're dealing with somebody difficult as an adult, it's a lot
Hmm.
different than when you're dealing with them difficult underage. Even with
Yes.
my daughter at 18, it wasn't that hard to convince her that she didn't like the life that she was going towards, because had she bucked up at my option, I wouldn't necessarily say you gotta go, but you wouldn't get like you're getting. And I feel like Dre didn't necessarily put him out on a bus stop. He went back to his mama house.
No, I
Unless I
said
missed
for
something.
me,
No,
I'm
I'm just
talking
saying.
about
I'm not
yeah,
talking about you.
yeah.
I'm saying
Okay.
I thought I missed something because I thought Dre maybe the
No,
boy was
I
out on the
said
bus
that
stop.
as my example. Like, where would if I put my kid out, where is she going to go? Because I'm all she got. So that's why I made the comment, where is she going to go? On a bus stop? Because, putting out, where is she going to go?
Well, Dre's son
She
went
has
back with his
nowhere to go.
mama.
I'm talking about
Yeah.
me and my daughter, because the question was, I think, what will we do as parents, with our children?
And I said once they say we not following your plan, like you said that you weren't gonna put your daughter out, but
I'm
you
not.
didn't. I'm saying at the point that you say, okay, we gonna get you some help, we gonna do this, we gonna do that, and your daughter say, I ain't doing none of that. So you just gonna let your daughter be in your house and still be a problem, or what
I
is
see what you're
the
saying. Yeah.
that's what
Not
I'm
I
saying.
get
I'm
what
not
you're
saying
saying,
I'm not
but
why
saying
I
in
didn't
that
wait to parent my kid as an adult. We had a
right.
transition because my daughter already knew what she wanted to do when she turned 18, was to go away to USF college. So we did not wait until, like, my daughter started making decisions. I started teaching her to use her brain, because she's smart, to try to think your way through things. Nothing is final. We went through this process of elimination, trial and error, to think for yourself, to be an independent thinker, because I knew I wasn't going to be available to her. I can't just run to her. She's going to be away from me. And that is kind of like what my mom did to me. If y'all know, my mom passed at 24 when I was 24. I didn't have nobody. That was, my mom, and I had younger siblings. So I was probably a little bit more mature because of my situation and my circumstances that I went to. And I didn't, and that's a fear. That was a fear of mine. Like, if I'm not here, what my daughter gonna do? So I tried to teach my daughter finance, thinking who she hanging around. She had a job. Like, we went through all these things. We didn't wait until she was 18 to think, oh, you grown now, you got to figure it out. It's a process to me.
Okay, and that's
and
not my question.
and
My
let me just
question, but
explain
my
myself.
question is, I want my question answered because that's
I
not my
can't answer
question.
your
My
I'm
question
trying
question,
to answer your
because I
question.
okay,
I'm
okay,
trying
because
to
have a
answer it.
relationship with my
I'm
kids.
only saying about my question because my question is for Dre's circumstance, his circumstance. Like, he obviously, I don't know what he taught his son, but his son did go away to college. He did make some choices. Now he's in a different process. He's in a different step because he didn't follow it through. So my question is, at this point, when you've done what you thought you could do, and you don't feel like you have anything else you can do, what's the next step? He sent them back with his mom, but what's the next step? If because I want to hear that. I don't want to. I'm not. My question is
I've
not
given out
asking.
therapy. I've given out mentor. I've given out trying to write a letter. I gave out like 10 different things that I felt that he could do. Personally, maybe you need to take a week off from work. I don't know, because at the end of the day, the way these kids are unaliving themselves, I mean, I wouldn't want that to be my child. I would want to exhaust all options before I just said, here, bye, because you're in your room all day. That really ain't a problem for me, you being in your room all day. That's not really an issue for me.
And
But see,
Well,
that's not what I heard.
I feel like that.
I've
Cause
been saying that from the beginning of
no,
the
I'm not talking
line.
about you. I'm talking about with Dre. I'm saying from with Dre, what I'm hearing is I guess I'm not hearing the fact that Dre is throwing him away. I'm hearing the fact that we took you to a doctor, we've done some things. I don't think he really told him the whole situation because he always kicked in
Yeah, and I'm
and
not
said what he
saying that.
said.
I
But what
don't
I'm
think
saying,
anybody's saying that Dre said throwing him away. I think we kind of putting our own experiences with our kids, our step kids, our
right,
nieces, and our nephews into what we're talking about. It's not really all about Dre and his son. It's just like our experiences that we've had, with our
right.
family members.
Right.
Not
But
That's
my
not Dre.
my my question is Dre specific though. That's what I'm saying. Like
I
I get
can't
what you're
answer.
saying.
I can't
I'm
That's
answer
trying
that.
to
why.
answer your question.
But
I
wait, I
can't
was I
answer it.
was talking. Me and her was having a conversation. But what I was
Yeah, I
saying
can't
was
answer
just
it.
for anybody else that answers, my question is Dre specific because it sounds like he don't know what else to do, and he sent them back to his mama house because he, like Boogie Down said, he's not there to address it because he said when I come back from work, he did da da da. So if he's not there to address it, he sent him back to his mom. Dre
Okay.
specific because he may be listening. That's why I'm saying Dre specific because we know what y'all all taught y'all kids. We heard
Yeah,
all that. But I'm
I gave
saying
him
if
some
Dre
Like I
ain't
said,
ideas.
I
listening,
called
Dre
mine on his
specific.
bluff. Mine said he don't like it here. He ain't from the F and ATL. As he was having a conversation, I called his dad and I said, "You hear how he's talking to me? This is what we gonna do." He's on his way back. His dad brought him a truck because he graduated from college. I told him, do not do that because he has not gotten a job and he needs to make sure he does it. He started
Yeah.
telling me what I'm going to do. I was like, you hear how your son is talking to me? I was like, okay, this is what we're going to do. I called mine on his bluff. I said, you don't like it here? No, I want to go back to New York. I'm tired of you. I'm tired of here. I'm tired of this. I said, you know what? This pains me the most, but let me help you. And I packed up his shit and we did a 14.5-hour ride because I am not going to allow you, knowing that I've done all that I
You take your
can,
shoes off, sweetie.
to sit up here and think
Okay.
you're
Well,
going
you
to
got your
be
deal. Oh,
the parent in my damn house. When I look at this deed, this is my house. And unfortunately, because like we are all stipulating, these kids are different. And so I'm going to deal with you differently. And my parents would have sat up there and they would have done just that. I was like, oh, no. Where you want to go? I got you. Where you want to do, how you want to do this? That son of a bee did not talk to me. He folded his arms. When I asked him, did he want to take over driving? He kept looking straight. I think the little Negro had his eyes open the whole ride home. I was like, I'm going to sit over here. I'm going to rest my eyes for about an hour. I did a 14.5-hour drive by my damn self, talking to myself, but I called him on his bluff. So if I was Dre, me personally, no, I don't agree with him putting him out, but If he's not going to try to bond with him on something and where they come to a common ground, then he's gonna have to relinquish the responsibility on the other parent, because unfortunately for Dre, he is not able to be there to be able to set up the rules and then make sure the follow through goes. He can't delegate from not being home, because you already see when you do come home, you kind of already done lost your footing. But you standing up here and y'all, and then they both men and they both got testosterone and they both pressing up on each other. This could turn out very bad for Dre. I don't know how they size up next to each other or whatever have you, but these kids are different. So what I gotta do is what I can do. And the only thing I can do is I'm gonna meet you where you at. And I'm gonna call you on your bluff. Now I will never close my door to you, but you ain't gonna know that. Because if he would have called me and said, Mommy, I want to come back, I am sorry, and this and this and that, yeah, we would have had to have a conversation, but my door is always open. But I had to let him think, that's what we doing? Yo, check this. Hold on a second. Let me call your pops. Yo, what time you get home? Okay, I'm figuring this ride. It's going to take me about X, Y, Z or whatever, because I ain't stopping to feed this son of a bee. Nothing. I'm bringing snacks. We going to pull over for gas and gas only. And I pulled over for about an hour to rest my eyes, and we got right back and got to it. I'm not playing with you. So that's what I think Dre has to do. He has to relinquish, but I wouldn't put it like, get out my house, you going to your mama.
Church finger up.
Church finger.
Hello,
Church
it's
finger.
Sunday.
Go for
Go
it.
ahead.
Church finger.
Okay, go
Okay.
ahead, sister.
I just real quick, I'm gonna drop off
Go
honestly,
on,
because
sister.
y'all have a robust going on this time, and I promise I just want to I just want to say this. I think I love y'all, but I gotta disagree with y'all on this one, and that I think y'all a little bit too hard on Dre on this one, because we can all say wish I coulda shoulda. We can always backseat raise a child and do things a little bit better, because no manual comes with raising a child. I will say that he's in this child's life now. Whether he was in there before, he's in there now. So you got to take it from where it is. But I also wanted to say, not Ray, Dre is talking about a grown man. This is a grown man. We cannot be, remiss on this. Is a grown man, and if there's not some kind of tough love when it comes to that grown man, the world's going to eat him alive. Period. He can't continue to rely on his mother and father being uh uh placated from this place to that place. He's a grown black male in a
Amen,
world that is
sister.
that is not for him. So we have to be cognizant of that. Now I wanted to just real quick, just one point that I speak of experience, because I was raised in a kind of situation like this. I had a brother, and thank God that the Lord turned his life around. I had a brother who was a man child, who was coddled all of his adult life and never really could figure out how to make things happen on his own, because my mother kept opening that door for him, kept letting him in. No, he's gonna be all right. Passing him a little bit of money here and the money there, and my father would always say, "Stop doing that to this man, and you're going to cripple him." And his words were prophetic, because that is exactly what happened to my brother. He didn't really grow up until he was 50 years old. My mother died. That's how he had to grow up. And the hard knocks of the street is the things that made him grow up, because my brother ended up becoming homeless, living under a bridge, because he had no tools to take care of himself, because he had people that propped him up, allowed him to stay in their house and disrespect him. He would disrespect my mother, disrespect them, not having no social skills, until my mother died. Once my mother died, guess what my brother had to do? Grow up. He had to grow up. Now he's, well he's almost he's in his 70s now. But now he's doing well for himself. Now it took my mother dying, him being out in the street, living up under a bridge, in order for him to finally grow up. So we got to stop talking about this young black man as if there's something that we can do to re-raise him right about now. It's unfair and it's unrealistic. Let him grow up. Grow up in hard knocks, but let him grow up. That's all I gotta say. And that's it, y'all.
Appreciate you.
let's
Mine
see,
ain't living under no
court
bridges.
agreed.
I'm sorry.
Court agreed. And I was just going to say, in my mind, I'm thinking the mama and pastor might have called Dre because that's the biological father and said, "This is your son, have him." And now Dre calling his jailhouse rock partner and
Mm.
talking about this and that. Now we finding out brother brother Dion is on a little bit of something
Yeah,
too,
yeah, that was some
crashing
tea.
all the cars and stuff. So it's just like it's the fathers, they got to step up because okay, mama and pastor been raising this young man. Probably is the one got through college. You the one went to jail. I don't know. I don't know, but
Mm-mm.
it's your turn, and you fiddling and faddling, and it's the vapes and it's the alcohol.
It's
Yeah,
that
I
young
was
man's
about to
turn.
take it
It's
All
not
real
his
this.
turn.
slow.
It's that
Have
young
him,
man's turn.
yeah, have him go get his CDLs like you got and get him on the road and get him on a contract. He's 21. That's something you need to be working on with your son instead of sending your partner $100 that don't even know what's going on with you and your family, but you so messy, you sending $100 to be on the YouTubes, brother Dre. But it's okay because we all going through it. These kids went through something that we never went through. We going through something now. The economy is a mess. So it's like it's a lot. And I know people who was working since 14. I didn't even start working till I was like 18 or something like that. So we come from a place where people is getting it, been getting it since yonder. Shoot, the sharecroppers and all this kind of stuff. We tried to get these young people different, and this is what's going on. Now we're in the age where they're being raised by the computer and AI for real, for real. So it's a harder thing because the transition is so quick. The children got so emo so quick. It's just a quick thing. We're trying to cope. That's what Dre sound like he trying to do. And I gotta add a cashew. I'm at 21 too. And even though I'm not dealing with that, so I'm blessed. Um, and I
Did she drop?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, I know it's getting to that time, Lady T Bug. So I just want to say, like, I really, I mean, I've helped raise kids since I was like itty bitty, like 11, 12. You know, I had cousins, and I've been the wayward child. So I just kind of, I'm just listening. I just listening like Nestor. I just listening.
Mhm.
I mean, I have something to offer, but I'm not a parent, so I can't, I can't
Right.
sit here and, I mean, I can tell you from experience, like how I know I made my mother feel and how, it took it, what it took to get me back, but, um, I can't speak from an experience of, what a parent should do or what a parent can do, because every child is different. I'm just more focused on, Nesto thinking that he's daddy of the year, and thinking that just because he raised them from Dre raised him from what, middle school to high school. I think that's what he said. He quoted him because I mean, I think that's the time frame that maybe Nesto was paying attention or something.
Oh yeah, Nesto did say that. I don't know why he said that though.
I
We
think he
don't
said
know for.
grade school. I thought he meant like
Oh, grade
early on
school.
Yeah,
school.
he
Yeah,
said
grade
grade
school.
school.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So like primary school to high school. He think. I mean, to think that that's. I mean, I think they think of an old school man's way of thinking. From what it seems like, it's like I pay the bills. I'm purchasing this. I'm giving you all these things that I didn't have, so that you don't have to struggle. And my mother kind of did the same thing because I'm the product of a teenage mother, and she kind of had the same, like she was very like it was a stern hand, and I rebelled from it quite a bit because she didn't really understand like the emotional trauma I was going through. And I mean, to this day, she still doesn't kind of understand. It's I just kind of keep it to myself now. But it's just amazing to me. Like they think that like that's all it takes to parent is just purchasing some things, showing up every now and then, and like you gone 5 days a week. Take a week. You could take a week off
Yeah.
and give your load to somebody else, or sell your load to somebody else, and like
Just
really,
take him on the road. Somebody suggested maybe taking him on the road with him. He owns
right,
his own business, so can he give him a little role in his business to do
right. Like piece it out
to
together.
earn money?
I meet you halfway. You know, or something. I don't know how to. I don't know how it works, but like. You're right. Like split up the loads, and split up the work. Get him his CDL if he's not willing to. I mean, obviously he likes to drive, so um,
He
get
likes
him.
Yeah.
to drive a car. And he don't you know what I'm saying, like this is great, but I'm telling you, from having watched my ex-husband go through that with his son, that is just not how it works with God. It's different with us as females being and going at it with our mothers versus these boys who already think they're men, and going at it with
I
their
think
dads, you know
I
what
think
I'm
it's
saying,
I
like.
think it's similar because like
It is.
as young ladies
I have a daughter, one child. It's the same. I
and
think
let
it's the same with same sex.
yeah, because
Um,
I mean, because I remember many days when Mama would be, you smelling yourself now. Your ass getting too big for drawers that you're trying to slide on. Like, I've heard many of things like where I talk back and I test and I nut up to my mama and I gotta get, I thought 12 was my real, actually 12 going on, like I pretty much was 13 was my real, like real whooping, and she hit me with the buckle. I never forget that ass whooping, because I was trying to be big girl. My mom and I are at the same size now. Like, hey, I think it happens with both sexes. Like you just
But I just think as a female and going combative, because I don't like Lady T Bug, I don't have a daughter, but I just think of like the limits that I was even though I feel like as women or young ladies we become more lippy. I feel like with boys, they go more for the physical. I mean, that's
girls
mm-mm.
just
like to fight too. Girls
Girls like
like
the
to fight
yeah, yeah.
too.
girls
Yeah.
do like to fight, but I'm just saying, like it'll take us longer to get to that. With us, it normally, unless there's just circumstances that are a little different. Normally, with a combative teenage girl with her mother, it is you're not thinking about like fighting her. It's more so like you're going toe to toe with her. It's a lip competition. Like, well, I said this. Well, I don't care. Da, 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 da. It's more lippy with these
Yeah,
young men. They're not more so expressive verbally. I'm telling you, it goes from 0 to 180 quicker.
It's like that with girls too.
it is.
I'm telling you, it's like that.
And
It
I
is
want to
like
say,
that.
Nesto earned his commissary for this conversation because Dre did need to vent. He earned his soups, and what else did Dre say? His soups and pies or whatever. Um, but I think he ended up buying tennis shoes after this call. He bought some shoes, so he
He
wasted
bought
he wasted
the snap ones.
he bought the Velcro shoes.
Yes,
So
the
I
Velcro.
mean, he earned his money, and also that pill call, they make you swallow your, if I remember correctly.
Maybe that's why he had to get off. I don't know.
No, they don't let you just take your pill. I mean, because you could cheek it. So they make you open your mouth up and like do the, to see if it's swallowed. So I don't know. It sounded like he was trying to get. It sounded like he tried to. He was all out of wows and whats and dams, and he rushed Dre off the phone, or because you could cheek your pill and keep it for later on and sell it to somebody else real quick. But the fact that he brushed off the phone, that was kind of weird too. I'm just These are just my observations. The fact that he called for Shirley, trying to tell him to take Shirley's truck over by his house, instead of just saying like, hey, can you help Shirley like figure out this truck and help her fix it. um the the fact that he thinks that he's number one daddy. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I forgot about the shade that Dre throws. And
Who
then
just got some money?
what?
I heard it. I heard the dollar bill. Somebody just got some money.
What was that? Oh, that may have been maybe it's jewelry.
Oh,
I heard you the little clank. She talking about the clank.
yeah.
I don't know, girl.
My
And then
bad. I'm sorry.
I don't know what the hell you talking about.
It was like a little clink, like a
Oh,
bracelet. It may have been a bracelet.
and then him talking about his son Keon. Can we touch on that? Like that,
Hmm.
it's a heartbreaking thing. Like to hear, don't bring. I hate when I hear parents say, "Don't bring that shit around me." It's when their sons or daughters are, they can't help who they are. Don't bring. I mean, instead of actually getting to know, like, okay, talking it out with your kids, like, how do you understand, what makes you think that this is your sexuality? Okay, I mean, you don't have to 100% accept it. It's not like Nesto is a straight up, we know he's not a Christian, he's a whoremonger, but the fact, don't bring that shit around me. So obviously they've had it out to where he's told him that, if I'm a betting person, which I can be, I would believe that he has told his son some slick stuff about being gay.
He
What do you?
has. He heard him say that on the phone call before.
Yeah, I mean, it's what did he say about it before?
This ain't the first time we heard that his son was gay. I think he had a conversation with Sonya about him being gay before, and Dion.
I don't think. I mean, Dion doesn't seem to care, but I don't. Does it bother anybody else that, like, when people say don't bring that
No,
shit
it don't
around?
bother these people. You heard them people say they gonna put these kids out. They gotta figure it out.
What you
I
say,
don't.
Vicky?
I said, does I mean, I don't like when I hear when people Nesto's son being gay. He
It's
said
their
don't.
way or the highway, Vicky. Okay.
Nesto is a whole whore.
Well, these days, most parents have come around to the because even like I would have always thought my husband was that way, but he always say, "What else I'm gonna do? I just gotta accept it in my kids." Now he may not like being around a bunch of you know whatever people, but if it's his kid, I think he's gonna accept it. It may be hard for him, but I think he's gonna accept it. And I think a lot of parents these days are coming around because these days, in my opinion, there's a lot of confusion out here about sexuality, and sometimes you just got to let them go through it and see because they confused and get it out and do what you got to do. So he's come around, and he's more typical old school man type that doesn't accept it. So with him accepting it, I believe a lot of people do accept it these days because I would have never, even before, like I would have never turned my kid away for like anything, long as it's not harming them in any way. It's not like if it's not harming you or me, why
Yeah.
would I push you away like that? That's been always been my stance a long time ago. But most men, older men, have a problem with that. And Nesto is not the older man that I'm talking about because he only just turned 60, so he should get a. I think he got a clue, but Nesto is just Nesto and he's ignorant, so he not the normal. So
That's all you had, Vic?
I have some. Do I do have some vocabulary words to add? I just wanted to update you
I tried.
guys.
I tried to call you. Vic, add this because I know you be moving around sometimes.
Okay, we have monsters for monsters. We have denage for denied, and we have homele for homeless. We taking notes. So far, we have Don Juan of Juan, Don Juan, knowledge for acknowledge, business for busy, heart blood pressure for high blood pressure, athletic for athletic, auctions for options, speaker box for radio, falsified for fake, estrange for estrange, a accomplishment for accomplishment,
oh
tr-
damn.
trutches for trenches, and nabu for novel. And oh, I'm sorry, the summit for discernment. Did I say that one already?
Mm.
We have more. I'm just I don't I don't want I don't want y'all to. We've already been dumbed down quite a bit. I think that's it. Well, I'm trying. I can't remember everything. Yeah, I feel bad for Dre. I mean, I think I just knowing because I've been that wild child, like coming back
Hmm.
with you know a screwed up head on my shoulders and not being able to explain why I'm upset,
Hmm.
why I'm
Hmm.
feeling a certain way, and having to relate to my mom, she really is, she's tough. She's kind of, I mean, when I hear Dre talking about it, it's like, okay, it just reminds me of my mom. It's like I work hard, and she wasn't home a lot. Sometimes during my childhood and during my teenage years, even afterwards, when I was trying to get on my feet, she um she wasn't around a lot, and I think it seems like he probably just, I mean, one start is to spend more time, regardless of. That's why I was saying, like, maybe try to surround him in love instead of just doing this tough love thing, because the tough love thing doesn't always work out, especially with,
But it's
like,
all he knows. He
right.
doesn't seem like to me like an emotional dad, even outside of the circumstances of, he doesn't seem like a genuine dad who hugs his kids and stuff like that. And again, I'm not throwing shade at him. That's just not the energy he gives off.
Yeah.
Now, if he is, then I hope I am wrong and I stand corrected. But he doesn't give off that energy. So with him taking off, I see him more so getting resentful with this kid because the kid is going to resist at the beginning. No kid is going to come around. But now he's going to get in his head, like, I done took off, I'm making this money, I done took off
Yeah.
making money, because that's his mindset. And you
And
not even
that's his
trying to work
business.
with
Yeah.
me. Now, I see that getting worse for them.
Yeah.
Or- yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, because I mean, there have been times when my mama had to come get me from school, and it's like I'm losing money, coming to get your ass because you can't act right. So it's, I get that, but
And your mother was a very hands-on mom. She may have been young, but she was working with you. She was trying. Now imagine her not being hands-on. Now everybody's resenting everybody. Because now, your
Yeah.
mother was upset that you was costing her money, but she didn't resent that you was costing her money. It's a big difference. I
it,
see him and his son starting to resent each other even
yeah,
more, because now nobody is budging. Everybody's flexing. Everybody wants to do what they want to do. And Dre just does not come across as that nurturing type of father. Because you do have some fathers who are more in touch with their sensitive side. He don't seem like, to me, he is. And if I'm wrong again, I hope I am, but I don't get that energy from him.
Does anybody get the
Gotcha.
irony that, Shirley and shared his relationship with Dre and his son's relationship, and it's a good, like, a lens into how
yeah,
important it is to have certain people in your life, like your parents,
Mm-hmm.
and how
Mm-hmm.
it manifests themselves when they become adults, when you start trying to parent adults when you didn't parent them as children.
That
yeah,
was I was gonna come back around to that. Like, I think a lot of
Great
people do
point.
because their kids. You see your kids, they under 18. They just out here living, but they're not preparing them for the transition to adulthood. In, like, far as chores. You can't expect your kid to start cleaning up at 18 if they never cleaned up, prior to that. You know what I'm saying? Giving them a little responsibility, giving them a little independence, teaching them about finances and stuff like that. I'm not saying it's everything's gonna be perfect, but I'm just saying exposing your kid to some adult things before they become an adult may help with the transition
yeah.
process.
And sometimes your kids be a model of you. they
That's true.
they are just like you, and you are facing
That's what
you.
I
Like,
said.
yeah. So you're right.
And also, if you want to have that kind of impact or your words to mean something, that's why I said it starts at 3. I mean, what I'm saying, as a toddler, these things imprint. Our parents imprint on us, especially our mothers. That's why
Right.
they lay the babies on the chest. They imprint on us. And when you break those bonds when they're young, or you didn't build them when they were young, it's harder when they get older. I don't think
Yeah.
that it's impossible, but I think that Shirley and Dre are asking something from their kids that they didn't give them. They want that in return from their kids, but the kids
Absolutely.
didn't learn it from, and they would have learned it from them how to be forgiving, how to
Yeah.
see things differently, how to be a little more flexible. They just those things. I think that's the missing piece there. It's like the parents don't want to take accountability from where they lacked, and they
Right.
want the kids to somehow just fall in line. And I'm not saying that the kids are right, but they're not taking ownership. Now we know Nesto is it. We
And
get
that
along
nigga
fine.
don't take ownership for
Yeah,
nothing.
get a
Yeah.
lost cause, but they are not. And it's like therapy would do family therapy. It's not just the kids therapy. Family therapy would be something that they probably should look into.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, because at the end of the day, I'm just saying if your kid don't have no outlet, we know what the end result is with some of these kids, and I won't want my child to go that route. I just wouldn't. But again, we started ninth grade. We started doing stuff because my daughter made it perfectly clear. I'm not going to school here, baby. I can't trust you to be out of town, 3-4 hours away from me if I don't think you can take care of yourself. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So that's something that we started working on. And of course, me being a big sister, I had responsibilities, because I help my mom out. But I just think letting your kids sit up in the room playing video games and just acting like it's not a whole world out here can be, it could be a hard reality for your kid when they turn 18.
It's a lot of what I'm hearing from, like, even from Shirley and like especially Dre. It's a lot of kind of sort of Nesto, but he don't raise kids, so we know yeah. It's a lot of do as I say, not as I do. Just listen to orders and commands, and you're gonna
And they think
go.
that their money, like Shirley, right? What she used to say, she used to, in her book or something like that, she used to, on the radio, she used to come home and spend as much time and take Sheridan everywhere and and buy things. Sometimes maybe you should have just came home for the weekend and y'all have
Yeah.
like a slumber party.
Yes.
Have a
Yeah.
damn slumber party with each other. You ain't got to be taking her to all of these little kids stores, buying her toys and stuff like that, because you're never there to have a tea party with her. I remember me and my sister, oh my God, my poor dad, God bless him. I remember us putting cornrows in this poor man's head and having tea parties with my dad. And then my dad would be sitting up there talking to my mama, calling her by her name. Hey, come help me take these goddamn braids out. I gotta get to work. These damn kids that put these braids in my hair and stuff like that. But my dad did, he was not always there, but he for his age group, my dad was born in 1941. For his age group, I bless God for him. He did a damn good job because he in the 70s was sitting there having in 80s when me and my sister were born, and he was sitting up there having tea parties with us. They put in the work. Everything wasn't always about when my parents were off. We went shopping and we went this. That's the situation with Dre and Shirley. How ironic that Bank brought that up just now, because that's their solution to everything. And this goes back to what we've always said. And for those of us who have raised children, this is kids, that money stuff. It may seem like it's cool, and yeah, they looking like a rock star among their friends, but I'm telling you, these kids want your time. They want your
Yeah.
attention. They want you to argue with them. They want you to put them on punishment. It shows them something different than what we're seeing. And then you'll have the parent like them who tries to make up for their indiscretions by buying material things, because that makes them feel better about what they haven't been able to be there and do for these kids in terms of raising them. Both of them. Dre, because he's got that type of job that he's got, and he's been in prison for a little bit for some of this kid's life. And Shirley, because she's, in a male-dominated field, trying to make her mark and had her daughter and trusted her daughter with her mother to raise. Both of them. And this is what the problem is. So then, like when Shan asks her question, it's hard
Yeah.
to kind of direct that, because like Lady T-Bug and myself, we were hands-on, we were there. So I can't give this man advice, because the only thing I can say is maybe it is better for him to let the mom be there, because this child definitely needs somebody who's going to be present for him
Yeah.
and go through the storm with him. You can't just even arrange to send him to the finest doctor. Somebody needs to be in that waiting room when he goes in before they introduce the whole family. But he needs to see somebody taking him there, and he needs to know that somebody's going to be there when he comes out those doors, because I have been in therapy as an adult, and coming out those doors sometimes and nobody sitting in that waiting room for you, that in itself is something. So I can't imagine having been a child who's got, going through substances or whatever have you, and not knowing what it's doing to his unbalance, and then coming out there and okay, my mom, my dad, they paid for this, but nobody's in that waiting room to talk to him about, do you want to talk about what you talked about in there? Even if y'all drive in silence, but he knows you're there. He doesn't have that. And that's the bad part about it. They want to throw money at the situation. So if the Dre's of the world are listening, throwing money at the problem, that's what got you where you are. That's why these kids don't have no respect.
Yeah, take them damn video games.
Yep. And you doing that, right? You taking you letting TV, and in this case, as opposed to TV, they're letting material objects replace their presence. And guess what? Clearly, it's not working on both of these kids. And Sheridan she sounds like she is a great mom, but she was a young mom, because she's yearning for a family that she didn't have, in my opinion. This young man here, maybe him, like Shan was saying, in terms of him not being as good as he thought he was when he was the man in high school and got to college, and then the reality hits, and then the pandemic hits, and now all of that changes and his little world is crashing. Well, he's resorting to substance to cope, because he don't know what to do. And then if you got a dad who financially may be there but physically isn't there to just have that conversation with, or anything like that, because you don't even feel like he would understand, or you don't feel like you could trust him with your problems, that's a problem. So that, it's hard no matter what. And that's why I said I'm not a fan, but on this one here, my heart bleeds for this man. It really does, because I don't know what his solution is, but I know what it's not. And that's talking to the convict that you're presently talking to, who's so far detached from reality and his own damn kids, wife, and everything else. He is the last person. I wouldn't even want to vent to him. I wouldn't want him knowing none of my business.
Quite agree.
Miss Bookie down. Nesto took pictures with his kids, so he's a good daddy.
Baby, you was the photo op for me, baby.
Yeah. He took his granddaughter to prom. He got her
in a stolen car.
Yes. He bought one of them
panel.
He said, what was one of the kids named Trey? It's a son he never talks about Trey. The big one.
Talk about Trey in another call. He was saying something about, how they get when they get girlfriends or something like that. I was trying to remember it earlier when I was editing this.
Yeah, I heard Trey's name once. I was like, is that a boy or a girl? I didn't even know. Right. I get it now, but I was just saying, I was like, who? Now, which one is this?
That's the big one. That's the big one. The big one who don't talk to him, who probably whoop Nesto ass. Probably lay down on Nesto. It's like, and that's how Nesto knows. Like, I know you've been a good daddy, because kids ain't whoop your ass. But I mean, Nesto was earning his commissary. He had to get some tennis shoes to walk around in. I mean, they're not friends. And somebody, I think it was Crystal Carrington, made a good point. Dre is too tough to even tell Nesto he loves him back, but then Dre is catching up, trying to catch up with Nesto, and he hasn't heard from him in several weeks, only to find out he's locked up. So obviously he does have love for him, and can you imagine? My mom and I don't get off the phone with each other without saying I love you. That was the same thing with my grandmother. And I mean, I do that with everybody.
Friends, I say that every time I hang up the phone. Even when I'm like, with the chat, I'm like, God bless, love you guys, have a good one.
Right.
Like you just, like, people don't realize how much that means to a person, because then you have the Nestos that it comes with an attachment. I have one nephew out of my 5 nephews. I got one. every time I see a message and it's like, "Hey, auntie," I'm like, "Oh God,"
What
you
you
know, and
want?
it's bad to do that, but I promise you on everything I love at 51, I am looking forward to the day that I am wrong, that he is not begging for something. But to date, I have not been wrong when I answer that. I'm like, "Hey, what's going on? Hey, do you think you could do me a favor?" And it's
Oh,
just
I
like,
know
oh
that.
my
Can I
God.
borrow? Can
You
I
know we
borrow
get the
knowing
same
you ain't gonna pay
message.
me back?
We might. I think he's universal, but it's just like, But I can't say it enough, and I really don't have Cash App. That'd be the funniest part of this. He's always just like, "Hey, would you be able to send me X, Y, Z?"
Cornell
How
told me
many
to look
times
at
I got
that.
to tell you I ain't got no daggone Cash App, and
He's
it's
just hoping you finally done got it. My nephew, the reason I got Cash App. Funny that you would say that because I didn't have it before. Thank you, Cornell. I forgot to check my Cash App. Thank you so much.
Oh, bless you,
That's
Cornell.
lunch.
I have a friend who just to speak about like the gift giving or like the financial compensation part of parenting, or how you try to make up for things, so you give the kids whatever they want. They turn into like a Veruca Salt. I want it now. And then they don't treat you. They can end up being you might get the rare opportunity to have a kid who just appreciates every damn thing you do for them. But I mean, 9 times out of 10, you're gonna end up with a child who just doesn't appreciate
Yeah,
anything that you're doing, and they don't appreciate things that other people do for them. So
that's true.
they'll take advantage of other people. I have a friend right now, like all her kids are grown, and she got into it with one of her kids, and it was like, well, you wasn't no kind of mama, but every time like
Oh God.
but cause you just gave financially, you gave us financial stuff, and like I know my friend, she'll work 2 and 3 jobs at one time to make sure that the kids have, because she had them at such a young age. She just want that was her. She comes from an old school way of thinking. It's like kind of similar to Dre. So, and like my mother too is like, okay, well, I'm gonna make up for this. Or you kind of get into that weird mindset. Well, I'm gonna spend time. I'm gonna work this hard, give them whatever they need right now, and then I will spend some time later on. You know what I mean? And sometimes you have to find that proper balance. And I don't think Brother Dre has realized that you have to balance that stuff out. You can't just give as far as tokens go, and not give any emotional support, or show any emotions towards them. Because I can just see him being a tough parent. What you doing, DeAndre? You smoking that shit again? You smoking that shit again?
Brother Dre don't know. All he know is his ticket that he I don't know what kind of lifestyle they been in. His
Where's my
ticket is
mute?
vaping. That's all Brother Dre
Yeah, that
knows.
is all he said, though. Yeah, that is what he said. But I just think, you know, you just can't wait the kids turn 18 to think they're gonna be grown. You gotta
Right.
you gotta start early with these kids. But I don't have a kid in the 20s, so I don't know.
Especially the kids nowadays. They really are. I thought I was sensitive, and I'm born in '83, but damn, these kids nowadays, they are like soft as baby powder. It just
They're gonna
I
crumble.
got a 25-year-old gonna be 26, and I swear I just hate his whole age group. And I know that there's always exceptions to the rules. I was in Walmart and I said something to the young lady, and she was just like, what you call it? She was like, well, I'm 20. I'm 25, and she was just like, and I was like, but she heard me talking to my son on the phone, and I was just like, sometimes I can't stand your age group, right? And then and I was just like, yeah, you 26 going on getting on my god darn nerves or whatever. But of course I used the profanity. And he's laughing or whatever have you. And then the young lady in Walmart, she's just behind me and she's like, I'm 25. I think I'm one of the good ones. I say, yeah, he thinks he's one of the good ones too. And but it's just a difference with them. Even the mentality of, like I said, the begging nephew that I have, who's like in his early 30s. I was just like, I remember having a conversation with him one time, and I was just like, even when he, at this point, he was like maybe like 23, 24. And I was like, what are you doing with yourself? You're not working. You don't have no kids, thank God. At that time, I was like, you don't have no kids. You're not working. You drop out of school. Like, what's the goal plan here? Or whatever have you. And I said, and it's not even to brag. I said, but dang, even in, and I felt like my parents, I was like, dang, even in my day, the trifling boys, the corner boys, they stood on that corner till they made enough to get their sneakers, to do whatever. Now, no, they wasn't doing it the right way, but they was doing something. I was like, your generation, y'all just sit there and wait for scraps. Y'all wait for somebody to just throw
They wait
$10, $20
to
at
rob.
you. And you're okay with that or whatever have you. Like, you think like you only worth $20. Like, get out there, get you a job, hustle, and figure it out. If you're not ready to go back to school, okay, school may not be for you at this time. Get back in there and get something going on. But nope, just want to sleep all day, complain all night, play video games. And I'm like, and this electricity and this water that you use and stuff, like, this is costing somebody. And so you don't even have enough appreciation to know, because you can't even contribute $20, $30 to a bill. But then you want to get mad and and talk about nobody wants to help you. Help you do what? Not succeed? We don't have to
Help me
help
get
you.
it.
You're
Help
doing
me.
a great job on your own, and you need none of my assistance with that.
The kids nowadays, you know what? They used to blame rap music, and I really am blaming rap music now, because I'm
No, you need to
serious.
parent your kids.
I
Parents
mean,
don't blame no rap music, because
that too.
people,
I'm blaming the parents and the
they
rap
had
music, because
raunchy music before rap music.
no, the raunchy music and like the gangster music before, it taught about like real hustling. These kids now, all
Girl,
they
they had heavy metal, country music. Sure.
I'm serious. I'm like, because I listen to all this stuff. All they talk about is jacking people. Don't They don't want to talk about any jobs. They laughing at people who have jobs. I'm like, well,
That's
damn.
Nesto, and he's 60. He laughing at the man on the bus stop, and he was the one on the bus stop.
He don't, girl. The bus. I mean, Nesto is these two conversations solidified is that, like, this man is delusional, and nobody is coming to his rescue. Trey don't got nothing to do with him, but he found a way to bring it back to him each and every time, as far as every single point. I told you about that crazy girl Keisha. I couldn't deal with that. But Dre's not giving up on his son. He's just like, I'm putting my son
Yeah,
out. I'm putting my son out so we don't get into a physical altercation. Cause
and he did, and he did say, if he get his stuff together, he can get the car back, and stuff like that. So he did say that. Nesto ain't
right.
got none but stolen cars, no insurance vehicles, and damn expired tags.
Nesto damn near discourages his kids. He don't ask them, like, he don't. When he talks to Dion, all Dion is like, cause he asks Dion, what you doing? Dion's like, you just trying to get some money there, trying to hustle up
You was on that
something.
lean. You was on that lean.
I'm believing that now. I'm really believing that
Can
now.
y'all hear me?
Yes.
Oh, now
Yes.
we can.
Oh,
Now we can.
okay. I
Oh
don't know
yes, we
what's
can hear
going
you
on.
now. It's
They be
probably
having all sorts of
StreamYard.
stuff
It's
going
probably
on out here.
StreamYard. Go
Lord,
ahead.
yes.
Go ahead.
No. I just was checking in if y'all can
Oh,
hear
okay.
me. I'm going on mute.
Oh, yeah. Dion. He checked in with Dion. I'm just hustling, and yeah, I just took another L. My friend died.
Yeah,
That
he
you
loses a lot of friends. And at this point, I'm wondering, are you losing friends? Or Shan made a good point. I forgot exactly what she said, but I'm thinking now this may be a cry for help, because then he starts referring to stuff of people in like newspapers and stuff like that. And then that's
Okay.
like, oh, did you know him? Or whatever. He's like, yeah, that's the one, from such and such or whatever. But I'm thinking like he
From day
might be doing
school.
that. He might be looking at situations that are being played out here in the news and just attaching himself to that situation so that I don't know, because he's just weird, right? So,
yeah.
and
He,
his cry for help could be just attaching himself and just telling his dad that somebody died so his dad could give him some type of attention. But what you call it? Nesto ain't picking up what Dion is putting down. He's just not getting it.
And that's the will change it back. You know that rotten motherfucker. He came down here and talked about he quit my case.
Off.
Yeah, but Dion is
Read
like,
the
yeah,
letter. Did you read the letter?
yeah. Did you read the letter? My mama had
Everything
got it
on
out the
there.
box.
My whole life is in that letter.
Was he
Yeah.
fat? Was he still fat?
Yeah, was he still? He's still fat. And I think he was talking about Laverte's husband.
No. He was
No, he
talking
was
about
talking
whomever
about
had died. He was talking
no,
about
he had a
whomever
heart
had died.
attack. He said he had
Right.
a heart attack or something. Yeah.
Right. And he
Oh,
said, was he still fat? Does it even matter? He's pretty dead right now. So
no,
weight loss is not an option if he
Right.
was. You know
no.
what I mean?
There was a call. I get all these conversations mixed up. So there was a call where he was talking about Laverte, and then he said Chuck. He said something about Chuck. He said Chuck, my buddy. And he said, yeah, he's still fat, and it's just he. And I thought that was like Laverte's husband, because they said, in the conversation it was in close proximity. So I don't know.
Gotcha.
But
No,
I
it
know
was it
whomever
was
had the heart attack as well must have been a big guy because he
Mm-hmm.
was asking if he was fat. Now I don't know about Laverte's husband. I just think he has a problem with Laverte's husband because Laverte's husband don't sit up there and play that.
it probably
And
told her that you need to stop talking to him.
right,
Is
right.
your birthday working
Or
out
when
2 days
Nesto
a
comes
week?
around,
2
huh?
days in 2 days in 1 day.
Oh yeah, 2 days in a day. Yeah,
Twice
that's
a
what
day.
I'm
Yes.
like. Twice a day. Okay, let birthday working out twice a day.
you
So
cutting
how
down on your
they
wine?
can't be fat?
What about
Not on the
diabetes?
2 days.
You
What
cutting
about
down on that wine?
diabetes?
That
What about
diabetes.
diabetes? Your hair still long? Your nails green?
What color your nails is? You're not wearing that weave. Your hair still long. You're not wearing that weave, are you? That just lets you know he hates little old girls. He hates that ponytail, and I don't know why she keep wearing that. Like she said she had the
Because she
nerve to
likes it. Because it
girl.
pulls back her face and it gives her the youthful look
Thank
that she
you.
really doesn't have. She
Thank
don't care
you.
what the hell that man is saying. That girl is too busy not even trying to acknowledge that she's a grandmother because she's sitting up there having relations with her son's friends. Okay, not
When I
even her daughters,
when
her
I tell
son.
you, I heard when she said it's fancy, I about fell out my chair. I was like, bitch, who? She said the ponytails that she wears are fancy.
Girl, stop.
And Nesto said, no, they're not. She said
Yes,
Girl,
he
he be
did. He
clowning her.
clowned her. He did clown her on that one. He
He said,
definitely did.
no, they're not.
right,
No,
Georgia
no,
Peach. I'm with you, Georgia Peach. Yes. Imagine he at his lowest point. He really done hit rock bottom, but he's sitting up here talking about everybody and their problems. And as if he on a high horse.
I mean, even Shirley, the person who's funding his lifestyle, funding his attorneys, and like he's got her borrowing money from Dre, and he slipped that in there real quick about Shirley having to borrow money,
Oh
and
yeah, we got to talk about that. Yeah.
whatever that money was for, I'm assuming it was for Shirley, like for something quick for Shirley, and some of it for Nesto. I think that some of it was for Ernesto. To be honest with you, that money that he
All
borrowed,
of it.
or
All of it.
I don't know, probably, possibly, but she was already paying. I mean, around this time, she was already paying for attorneys and had already dropped money on Jackie Patterson, and I believe some of it was going to not about to say Carl Lewis, but Bimal Chopra. So if she's broke to the point where she has to borrow money from Dre, like it.
His friend.
Did she
His
have to
best
pay the
friend.
truck note? Because all of this, we know all of this about Drake's son because Nesto was trying to bring that raggedy truck to his home. So he had to break it all down. So did Drake give her money to pay the truck note? Because $900 is a little steep for
And
something
you
you
remember
don't
it
want
was
to drive.
behind. It was behind because since Nesto had been locked up, it was no payments being made.
So wait a minute, This is all coming into perspective now. Wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
So he wasn't paying her truck, but he was keeping his truck paid.
Truck was out paid for. Her truck was
He had a
the
credit.
G
Yeah.
Wagon was paid for because he took
Okay,
all Gail stuff and
I
paid
see.
for bought the G Wagon
Thank you.
outright.
Thank you
So
for that
it didn't
clarification.
have a note. But $900 is ridiculous, especially 5 years ago when most people with okay credit can get like a Wagoneer, the 3-seat big boy from Chrysler for $600-700 a month, and you paying
Right.
$900 for
With
a vehicle that's
28%.
over a decade old and got almost 200,000 miles on it. Are you kidding me? You paying a house note for this big clunker?
He had to buy
Mhm.
here, pay here. That's why he
And
was
Lincoln
living out
Oil.
there. You
When
see, he was
Lady T
living
Bug
out of
put
it.
up the documents with the other one too, didn't you see like what was that? Wait a minute, and then them cars, the Nesto security cars that he had gotten through Westlake, they had high mileage too. One had like 135,000 miles on. I was like, why does he keep buying these cars
He's
that
going
are
to
pretty
the
much
auction. I think he was going to the auction getting those cars for the security
mm,
fleet.
yes, if this is the Nesto security fleet. Yep. I was like, wait a minute, hold on. What does that say? Because it said Dodge Charger and it said 135,900. So I was like, well, that's 136,000 miles. Like I was like just looking at stuff at myself when I was looking at the replay. I was like, this is really gross. Like
And those
this
cars
man.
don't generally even go that long, which is what I would when I saw that, I was looking like, well, what they been doing with this car? Because it gotta be putting and putting out black smoke and all kind of stuff because they
Mm-hmm.
don't make the vehicles these days to go that far. So you just paid all this money for another clunker.
I'm gonna take
So
a page from your book, Shan. When you said that on a panel when you shut me down and you was just like that was child labor. In this case, there would have been no labor on those cars because he didn't have a business. So the car was
That
gonna
part.
sit
It was
there.
part.
It wasn't gonna get mileage, Shan. He good. It was the most they probably went up to was about 138,000. And I told you it was at
Listen,
135,
he was getting one oil change a
977.
damn year, honey. That's how much he was driving. The one oil change
All
a
he did
year.
was rotate the tires around the block, okay? And as we seen, he did keep them clean because you always seen him washing one of the fleet cars. He
They
was
said it was
always
simple
washing the cars.
decoration.
Okay, so they ran around the block, and that was that. So getting maybe about a mile a day, he was good on that. It wasn't gonna
But
be. It
what's
wasn't
the
gonna get
fleet
that.
cars? Was they
Okay,
getting arrested in the fleet cars, or which
No.
which
they
dog?
just didn't go anywhere. He didn't
Which,
have a security business. Who was he securing? Shirley and
Shirley.
but
baby.
you know what?
what
Lady
car
T
did the
Bug told
grandma get
y'all
arrested in?
That was
that was
Melody's
some
cars.
yeah.
That was the
And
school
Lady T
car.
Bug and Lady T Bug told y'all a few lives ago that she figured out from going looking at the documents together that he was trading everything in. He
He
never took
was.
nothing long enough to he was trading it. Because remember, we always looking at these paperwork like he got credits and he putting down a lot of
Yes.
money. Yeah, because he trading everything in. That's when you read the documents, that's how he got Shirley's truck. Shirley's G Wagon had all those trade-ins, the Prevos,
Yeah.
the couple cars, and I think that he might even traded the motorcycle in on that G Wagon too. So he was just out here doing
He
it. I'm
was.
like,
He even
whoa,
had a
like
credit. He had a damn credit. Y'all saw that? Oh, we got to pull that back up. The teeth. He had a credit. I thought he old, but when I looked, I'm like, no, this is a credit.
mm-mm.
The
I
fly
know.
attorney is Jackie Patterson, Georgia Peach. Jackie Patterson with who wears the red hats.
He used to be on Real Housewives of Atlanta all the time.
Did he?
Yeah, he was on there a few
Lord.
times with Phaedra.
That's how Dion found his ass.
Oh yeah.
But you know,
But you
he
know,
used to
Phaedra
be,
was popular.
and
He's
you know,
supposed to be a good attorney.
he used to be a was it a judge? He has a good background, and he told Nesto the truth. Nesto just did not want to listen to it.
It's pouting and
Right.
playing around with Shirley's money, and
He
this.
told him he wasn't going to get out.
Mm.
He
I mean,
told him that.
it sounds like Jackie, he understood, fully read what all the things that they were charging him with, fully understood it.
And he knew what was coming.
Right, he knew it was coming, and I mean, okay, I'll take your money, but I'm just gonna tell you you're not getting out. And then he's mad because the man won't give the money back. They got lucky with Krill, like giving the money back. He was just irritated with them at this, and not Krill, Bimal Chopra,
BC.
BC,
DC.
yeah.
Hmm.
Giving the money back. He was just sick of them at that point. Because he told us, though, I can't talk to both of them. Yeah,
Mm.
you got to
Hey,
pick
I got
one.
a question, and actually, I couldn't come up yesterday, but it was a question regarding the documents. So I'm going to use the brain power here on the piano to answer this for me. Um, a little birdie was talking about an email from April Holloway and how that was supposed to be, a silver bullet. And so my mind was turning that over. Do you think that was part of the hustle? That way, the invoice to show to Shirley, because Shirley was still paying these bills. I mean, Nestor was paying them, but to justify the payment. So I wonder if she's actually given again talking too much, and that was just another part of the con for the overall picture.
I
Uh,
believe so. I
Say that
This
believe
is
again.
the
a
thing,
hundred
though.
Yeah,
percent.
But
I
this
don't
is the
understand the
thing.
question.
This
Right,
is
me neither.
Were
I
they
think
getting invoices? Were they sending Shirley invoices to pay, and Shirley was thinking she was paying bills, but she's paying them?
right. Remember, because Erica. Remember, we all know Erica was going around acting like what is her name? I just said her name.
April.
April
Erica.
Holloway.
Yep, yep,
April
yep.
April
Erica
Holloway.
Holloway. Hmm.
Yeah, Cynthia's bragging about there's an email from April Holloway invoicing for her services. And she was saying it was like it was showing that Shirley knew what was going
But
on.
but but that goes back to me. That's actually works against him. Me
That's what I mean.
personally,
Yeah,
it it worked against him because she was already saying that she had no knowledge of that email. So let's just say they did send an invoice there, and let's just say he showed it to Shirley. Shirley is not looking at the actual email address, the to and from. You prove nothing. And I was just like, when I seen that when she was on the Idiots Live, I was
Oh,
like,
yeah.
you made it worse for him.
Yeah, she
Like that's all
proved
you keep
because she
doing.
the police that they were sending Shirley emails to pay under false
Right, from the
pretenses.
email address that they can't prove
Wait,
that Shirley had any knowledge of. That's
Right.
the one
wait.
that
So is
Shirley is
this
saying.
before? Is this before or after the arrest?
This was during the time when right before the arrest, when she did the what you call it, when she did the uh the the uh
Eviction.
the eviction thing.
With the
Yeah,
mask on. With the
Okay,
with
mask
the
on.
mask on, where he's
and
sitting
that
right
was my
next to
question.
April.
That
Yeah.
was my question because if it was any time before Shirley found out that April Holloway was Erica King, like you said, it wouldn't matter because what
Right.
you just did was show that you know her as Erica King, but you also was in court with her as April Holloway. So you know she ain't got two names. So quit playing. So
And
you
then you ask
again,
for again, you ask for so even if you try to lie and say, well, she prefers Erica, that's her middle name, and King is her last
Hmm.
name. Okay, then why when you got arrested did you ask for Erica King and not April Holloway?
CQ.
Like
right.
She
Hmm.
said,
she
what
said
is
to
the
me,
deal with the
Bingo.
after party?
I
Did
literally
you have an
sat there,
after
I was
party?
like, what did this idiot think she just proved? You
But
just
that's how
made
she's
it
so
worse.
smart till she's stupid and she don't understand. Like you just running off at the mouth, but you're not even really thinking about what you're even talking about, ma'am. It makes no sense. What do
I
She's
you
think
speaking
want
out
from
of
y'all
turn.
know.
Shirley?
I
What do you
think she
want from
know
her at this
exactly
point?
what she's talking about. She wants him to answer the question because why is she even asking him on the jail call?
She's not asking
About,
him. This is what she's saying on Sylvia's live.
Angelica live.
Angelica's live, excuse
oh,
me.
see, I'm not even over there.
she
Yeah,
just
I had
Right.
to figure out what they was talking about
yeah.
too. Which
Right.
one?
That's why I had the question like, wait, hey, hold up. Like, when was it now? Hold up.
Yep.
But
See,
see, this is also what we were saying yesterday. That's part of what Wooten got during her whole discovery packet. And if
well,
he did,
give him
you
that
keep
'cause
nailing You keep putting nails in this man's coffin. That's what you
Right.
keep
Mhm.
doing.
He tried to cover
Right.
it up, Shan, by saying, well, this he wasn't asking for this. I just put this all together. I was only looking for things in the scope of what he was asking for, and he was only asking for a specific thing. So now she done told him that I got more stuff.
And she
Mm-hmm.
going to jail because remember, it said
She's
if
going to
you
jail.
don't give, if it said in the daggone like the last paperwork that
It
said if you
did.
don't give everything, you're
You
gonna
can
be
be
in contempt.
prosecuted.
So
Mhm.
so
Oh,
she going to jail. She better
And
hope that she did include that and she just lied to us or the
I have a
people. Cause
question, Shan, for you. Do
Right.
you think that Hoover has everything that Sonia turned over to the DA or
They have
ADA?
to by law. They have to
Oh,
turn. They
yeah.
have to
well, I
share it.
thought they
It's
had
against the law.
until this. I thought they had a certain amount of days before trial or to turn over.
No, they
No,
gotta
he
prepare
have to give it
both
when he
ways.
get it. You
Mm.
can't not give it to me and
Yeah.
you can't wait till a week
So,
before trial and give it to me and you got it 4 months ago. You can't do that. If
so my
you know
next.
you got something that's detrimental
And that's
to my
on both
defense,
sides.
you have to
Hmm.
provide
Okay.
it to me. Yeah.
So my next question is, y'all still don't think that Nesto's attorney talked to him and told him like,
or the fasting.
told him like, yes, you need to whatever you want to call it fast, call it you break a breakup, call it something like, hey,
He
No.
you
let
just
him marry, baby. He did.
I don't
I
know
don't think
who's
his
more
attorney
crazy.
told him nothing other than what he been telling him is whatever you got to do with this chick, do something because she doing too much talking. She's bad for the case. I believe he told him that, and I don't know if
Hmm.
when he told him or when he started listening, but I don't think he just told him that of late. I think he been told him that from because this is what he does. Sean seems to handle difficult cases because I'm looking at all the cases he handled and I'm like, dang, you got to really have something to get these cases because you got to have something to win these cases because every case he get, I'd be like, Lord, they got the evidence just stacked up against these people. So I'm pretty sure he told him from the beginning, this about to be hard. They got a lot of shit, man. You need to calm down. And this chick, whoever she is, whatever she is, you need to reel her in because ain't nothing Sean can do to reel her in because he not really even supposed to be talking to her.
Right.
So he
Right.
gotta tell him to reel her in. So because anything he talks to her about and she says again, like Lacey Will just said, he gotta give it to Wooten. So
well,
he
it's
can't even
funny.
really talk to her.
She keeps
It's fun.
acting like he talking to her though.
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say. Go ahead, Bank.
She
I'm
Just
sorry.
because
lies,
when she
y'all. She
called
lies.
she lying.
But
Yeah.
just because when she called him and he say it's this or this is the date, he's talking to her. If we want to be technical, yeah, he's talking to her. He just ain't telling her nothing good. Let's put it like that. Because
He
yeah,
cracked
he
me up
don't
when she
talk
talked
to
to
her.
her team, his team, your team. No, they're your court appointed attorney. She act like that he got the dream team over there.
And I don't even think he's talking to her because this man got from what he put on that damn leave, he got a lot of stuff. Well, from the beginning, what he said, look, Yana, this is the shit I got dealing with. He busy. He ain't got time to talk to her. He may be having his people talk to her, which is in that public defender's office. They have a secretary, they have assistants, and that other attorney, which it doesn't appear
Joy.
he's the head. So Lewis,
Joy.
whatever her name is,
Yeah.
Joy.
she's doing a lot of stuff. So he may have her talk to him. That's why she's always like, your people. I talk to your people. I talk to your
You
nah,
talk to your people.
they not talking to you more than they talk to their client, bruh. They not.
But
But she
she
has to
But
probably
be
calls
she's
him.
informed.
Bugaboo.
selling him a dream. She's selling him a dream.
That
No,
dream
she's
is turned into
dying
a
a slow
nightmare.
death right now. She's manic. She is
It
missing.
has.
He not breathing on the phone to her. Nothing. She's dying a slow death right now. This
She
girl is manic. I'm telling you. I was looking at her. I was like, man, listen. I'm about to go back into my psychology world because I'm like, this chick right here. Y'all better check her pulse because she's about to do something drastic to herself.
Yeah.
She's about to do some self harm. This woman is manic right now. She is losing it. She's
Yeah.
freaking losing it. The man told
Yeah.
you he fasted, and I get the fact that you don't respect the Christianity religion. You have been very honest about that, but you know what a fast is, and no matter what, you know what he thinks
a fast is going to do for him. And you still keep sending him texts and he is not responding. He is not reading. She is losing it right now, people. It's going to be more than the
She
edges.
crashing out. She crashing
She's
out.
crashing out. Absolutely.
That last call with Dre too, everybody kept saying like, well, when he asked for that $100, well, that money for his books, he didn't sound to me like he just wanted to rush just Dre off the phone just to rush him off. He also sounded nervous. I bet you
He
Nestor's
did.
stomach is bubbling. I don't think he was ready for the 30th. I don't think that I mean, as much as he keeps claiming he wants to get this over with,
Every
I
day.
don't think he wanted it this soon. And
That's why he's
What?
fasting. I really believe the man is fasting. This is why he's fasting. He is throwing out all kind of Hail Marys for himself.
Mhm.
He is apologizing to God. He is apologizing to God.
He gotta apologize to them. He gonna have
To
to
the
divorce them,
victims.
baby.
he
You
ain't gonna
gotta
do
get
that.
Right.
He ain't gonna do that. So the
everybody
next
you wrong. Did wrong.
I
he
think he
apologizing to God. God, you know my heart. Spread the word. Let them know I'm sorry.
I think
Call
he
their
was
names. Be
He
initial
intentional,
said he
Nesto. Call
giving
their
up on the
names.
sausage for serious.
I think he initially resigned himself to okay, he thought his final plea was going to be in June. And
I
then
don't
when
know
it got
why he thought that though, because when they went to court the last time, the judge told them they need to turn in their stuff by those January deadlines because April will be 1 year, and he wanted them back for the final plea in April. I was shocked to see that date be in June, and I'm more shocked to see that he had time on his schedule to backdate this to April. I'm kind of feeling like this date was already there.
Good.
you're probably right. They just I
It
mean,
could
if
have been because he could have reserved that day if
Right.
they were ready. I believe you're right, and I think that the judge actually wanted to do the final plea in April and start the case in June. That's why he had them dates like that. He was gonna get them the 60 days to prepare, but now he might have to give them 90 or 180 because I believe Sean will be done by August. It'll be over.
well, doesn't the trial start in August? His
No,
other
it starts
trial?
in May. Starts in May.
I didn't think
But
it.
it's supposed
Oh
to
my
be for
gosh.
3 months. No. It's predicted to run for 3 months. So I think it starts like the end of May,
Mm-hmm.
beginning of June or something like that. But it's
Mm-hmm.
predicted to be for like about 3 months. But he's getting ready to go for that RICO charge with those alleged gang people.
I
Yeah.
lost the paperwork for that. What's the name of that gang? I can't find it on my. Y'all remember the name of it?
I
I
can't
don't.
off the top of my head.
No,
I
because
can't.
they got so many.
Mm-hmm.
They
It's a
do.
couple gang cases going on,
Well,
and even I believe he'll be done because it's the attorney general's office. He wouldn't have told him that he's unavailable for June if it doesn't start till August. He would have told him he wouldn't have told him that. It starts in May. I remember that for sure because it's supposed to go May to August because our homies B Day, it was up in there when it's supposed to be over. So that's how I knew it. It was gonna be May to August because he wasn't available in June for the final plea. So that's why he gave him the leave of absence notice. Because other than that, he wouldn't have had to give him the notice if he wasn't gonna be busy in June. But But
um,
those, I believe that case gonna go a lot quicker anyway because
Yeah.
it's not Fulton County; it's the Attorney General's office. That's a state. That's
right.
the state attorney. So they probably got their stuff together. They ready to go. They not like Love and Hilton,
Yeah, with that
and it
bougie.
wasn't
And Vicky, that's probably what you
right.
was thinking about them trying to turn in stuff while the case was going on, and they was getting hit over the head when it came to Page with that.
Hey,
What you talking about? Oh, for YSL.
Mm-hmm.
I
Oh,
got a,
okay.
I got a question, and this goes back to what something I said a couple of days ago, and Shan, clarified the judge's position on not making a ruling on the motions. But what if I'm just thinking, like for me, if I was Nestor, which thank God I'm not. What if that would influence whether I plead guilty or not based off of I mean, so that's
Yeah.
not going to work. Do you think the judge is going to rule on the motions? So I'm assuming that's what's going to happen. Or if
Yeah.
it doesn't happen, how could I feel like I'm making? So I'm thinking if the judge doesn't rule on the motions, maybe he will go to trial because they don't know, or if the judge does rule before the plea is
That's why
entered.
it's a final plea, Bank. I believe what's gonna happen is when they get there, they're gonna
Mhm.
get
I don't know how they do it there, but I know here when they get there, unless they
You
want to
do
put
know.
it,
You
they
watch
don't have to
Erica.
put it on the record. He could.
You
Well,
watch
it's
Erica.
a couple different ways it could be handled. They can put it on the record. The judge can put it on the record, and that's when they can get it. And then they go see if they can work something out. Or the judge, once they get to the courthouse, because when you get to the courthouse, you always check in, let them know you're there. So once they
Mhm.
check in, they could go to judge's chamber. He could
Okay.
give them the answer to the motions,
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
and then they could go work
It's
something out if they gonna
parte.
work something out. So it could be done a bunch of yeah, it could be done a couple different ways. I feel
Bank, don't
like
forget,
they're gonna find it out when
Nesto
they
is
get there,
fasting.
and then put it
Nesto
on
is
the record.
fasting, Bank.
I guess I was just confused because
Should we go on the fast
Don't
for
forget, Nesto
Nesto?
is fasting, Bank.
We got 3 days.
He's
Y'all want to
fasting,
fast
Bank.
for 3 days?
We need to
they
fast so they can throw him under the
on
jail.
the 30th. I'm like, what colors?
We gonna do a reverse fast.
I was about to say, I'm going to fast on behalf of the victim that whatever he's praying for does not come true.
Yeah,
Yes, baby.
I'm going
we
to fast.
gonna fast against him. We gonna
I'm
use
going to
our
fast
Lord.
against his fast. Exactly.
Yeah.
And I
It's a
feel like I
battle.
earned a
Whatever
few.
he fasting for, we gonna say we wanted to we
We
gonna throw
do
it
not
back at him
touch.
and
We
bounce off
rebuke
of
it
him.
in Jesus' name.
I'm going
Whatever
to say
he
in Jesus'
fasting
name,
for.
we do not touch and agree with Ernest
Mm-mm.
Levette Williams, aka Nasty Nesto, aka Black Bag, aka Nasty. We do not touch and agree. Amen. Okay. How about that? All right.
Amen.
How
I don't.
about that?
I mean, I do. A bank. I'm with you. I think like it probably is. Like his plea is going to be contingent on what the judge is saying. He's probably been wondering like he's probably been wondering the same thing because he did tell her just only text me if something happens, something changes with my with my case or with if you talk to my attorney or something. That's only what he only wants to hear about. So he has the bubblies. He got he went and made sure his commissary was full because he probably reading or watching movies. Who knows? He's not reading, but he's watching movies.
I was listening.
Um, probably I do the fast that he's on is probably just a mental break from her
Yes.
if it's true, if
Mm-hmm.
it's really really true. I don't,
Mm-hmm.
but I personally don't think that um I don't think that I don't think he's gonna be using somebody else's pen. I know that he was having her send books to somebody else. Like at one, he's recently been having her send books to somebody else, but I don't think he's gonna be calling her or texting her under somebody else's pen at this point because he knows that they're watching closely. But I am of the belief that he just based on the recent call, like recent conversations and those tablet visits, it's too much. It's getting to be too much, and he's down to the wire. And all he hears about is her talking about this, YouTube, this case, conspiracy theories, the government, how the world is so bad, and it's reminiscent of like how Lamont said, Lamont would say weird things to try to get his mind off of it. That's not helping me get my mind off of it. Not that he deserves a break or relief, but if I were sitting in there not knowing what I'm gonna do,
Mm-hmm.
I probably would like let me just read. I would read personally. I'd be reading and studying, um, and ordering whatever I could to help me like understand what's going on with my case. That's what I'd be doing. But she's going crazy. She really is going crazy. I think Lady T Bug, I think I told you she sounds so low energy. Like she hasn't been on camera these past two times that she's been on live, which lets me believe I'm like, oh, she really is miserable.
She probably
She's
looking
not
like
getting her
Sylvia. She
fix.
just, or what y'all
Mm-hmm.
call her, Angelica. She probably looking like Angelica. She just got enough pride not to show that on there with those headbands and stuff. But she
Hold
probably
on.
look.
Somebody in the chat say Nesto got some new charges. What new charges?
Yeah. I saw that.
What?
What charge? What? Georgia
I
Peach?
didn't.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know he. I
Yeah, I
mean,
didn't know about no new charges.
Please elaborate, Georgia Peach.
She said it's at 40 now. I don't know what the new one is, but it went from 39 to 40. That just makes no sense.
Well, you
One
know they
more?
were not numbered. They were numbered to a certain extent, but some numbers were missing. So the charge and the number may not be the same, if you get what I'm saying. Because like if they got 1 through 50,
Yeah,
he
because
may
that's
be
how it was with
charged in
Erica's.
different numbers. So
Oh, okay.
that's kind of not, unless it's, I don't think so, because you can't add charges to a ongoing RICO already. They've already had a grand jury. They're not gonna go reconvene the grand jury they already had. They would have to re-indict him and all that stuff, which they're not gonna do.
Oh,
That
she's
that's
Yeah, he
so
hasn't been
it,
charged with truck fraud. They're basically trying to suppress, these motions have been about them trying to suppress or not suppress or whatever the
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 truck,
search
the
warrant,
whole
the
truck.
search warrant, yeah, and the evidence that was found in the truck
hmm
or used, they think, to, for the case. He wants all that thrown out.
In my
Yeah, because
opinion,
It's
they
not
Sean
a
still
wants
had
the
charge.
done.
truck.
Mhm.
Cause see, Sean's trying to legal maneuver, and if he get the truck thrown out, he get everything from the truck thrown out, which means anything that they got that they wouldn't have got without the truck, they get rid of.
Mhm.
So
Like that lady's credit card numbers and stuff like that.
right, yeah,
But
And
they don't
because
and
they
need that
already
because she
But
has
they
that
already
already
had
went.
already
police
made the report.
reports.
Yeah, she
Yes.
had already made that report. But it sounds
Yeah.
to me that still got many more crimes that went charged, and they just like we. I mean, it's up to Fonnie how much she would want to do. But let's just say hypothetically, in some fantasy world, he was to walk away. I'm pretty sure they got a whole nother bag of charges waiting for him.
They do. He got at least 5 active dockets. So that's 5 active cases separately. Five. One, two, three, four, five. He got to
Mm-hmm.
go to court, and it's not just 5 charges. It's 5 individual dockets that have to be seen by individual. So it's
Yes.
like it's like they're holding, and in my opinion, my friend said earlier, they're holding on to those charges as collateral. So if he does get off on this, which I really don't see how, because they don't need the truck for the bigamy, they don't need the truck for nothing with Erica, they don't need the truck for nothing with Melody or Gil, because they both had predated police reports. So I don't feel like they need the truck for none of that. So that's why Woo said, I don't really need the truck, Johnny.
Yeah,
He
you
can
can
have the
have
truck.
that.
But see, Sean wanted to take the truck and get rid of everything else. So that's
Yes.
why he but
Yes.
it's in a fictitious world that he would ever get off, because even from what we just saw, what jury would say, no, he didn't do it? I feel a strong doubt that he didn't do it. And that's what they have a strong doubt, a
Without a
reasonable
reasonable
strong
doubt.
doubt
Yeah. Yeah.
that he did it. He didn't do it. And the paperwork gives you reasonable assurance he did do it. Like
He's the one that benefited from everything.
And that's why I'm not mad
everything.
at what Sean is doing. He's doing his job. I actually like this back and forth because it's very interesting to me.
oh yeah,
Yeah,
I
it
gave
is.
Sean his props yesterday. I said I definitely give him credit where I wasn't giving him none before. But then they said like this is his specialty area in terms of these RICO charges. Now I don't know what his percentage success rate is of winning cases versus losing, but he allegedly has a decent record when it comes to doing these RICO cases. The unfortunate part is I don't know how many of these RICO charge cases he has won when he's had a habitual liar of a client like Ernest. That part, you know what I'm saying? That would might go back to the other parts of the losses that he's taken, because at the end of the day, this man was not keeping it a buck with his attorneys. And now that you see this humility, as like I keep saying, I've seen him humble himself over these past few months, but I just think you waited 2 years too late, dude, because you was
He
out
really
here
did.
as a hot A mess, and you was, you on Tisha K, and you renaming people's children who done
Mm.
had their name for 40, 50 years, and you
It
telling
goes
them
back,
their name is Tisha and they thought it was Tasha and stuff like that. And
goes back
you
to
MS and gangster, and this and that, you doing a lot, you're doing the most. And then now you want to sit up here like the church boy and you want to go up to, the
Well,
priest or the minister and ask them, do they need you to help with anything else? It's like, yeah, ain't nobody buying this right now.
goes
also,
back
here's
to what
the
Chan was saying about the authentic. The calls were authentic prior to was it September of 2023. It was
Mhm.
with no filter.
That
Yeah.
was him.
That's called.
Absolutely. Even
Yeah.
in
Also,
September 23, when he first got discovered, right? Because now his little ego was because it wasn't this severe. It was just like, yeah, okay. Like even when Dre was like, yeah, because you said you wanted to touch them thing. You thank you for letting me ride those things first. Like
Oh,
even
that was
then he still
2022. Yeah, that was 2022. Yeah.
right. He still was, he was that dude, right? So I don't know. Like I
First
just
one
think
al-
to
he
touch
waited too late to
also,
humble himself.
it's too late, and also his another, like, in my opinion, this is for crimes after he got arrested. She's still on here incriminating him.
But she don't
She's,
Mhm.
think she is, y'all. That lady is
it.
crazy.
I know she is. I know she is, but she's
She
still
really thinks she is the damn help, baby. Okay.
she. I mean,
Put a
she's
maid outfit on her ass. She really thinks she is doing something.
when she brought up Walmart, like I fell out my chair.
See some bad help for me. That's the help. I don't want it.
I do bad by my damn
I
self.
don't want the help.
They say,
Uh,
Mm-mm.
so that's why that's what I mean. I don't think he really he knows. Okay, he thinks YouTube is the problem and social media is the problem,
He
and
don't
to,
know.
but to a
I
certain
was about to
extent,
say, in his defense, he only knows what he's being
I know
fed.
that, but to a certain extent, we have been kind of like a thorn in his side. But it's only to
Yeah.
help. It's to help victims. Yes, we're getting entertainment out of this, but things that we point out and kind of dig into, maybe the prosecution doesn't really have time to dig into that. We want to make sure they do a good job. So hey, take a look at this, take a look at this. So it's been to actually help the victims, and also this entire situation is a learning experience. However, he only knows like what he's been told, just, oh, YouTube, bad, 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 bad. But honestly, she's been the worst thing for him. And then him being, he's been the one that's going to indict, like, me, like, not indict him, but convict him. He got on, like y'all just said, he came on Tasha K. I'm a motherfucking gangster. And these alleged victims are saying that he flips the script on them. He turns from nice guy to
Hmm.
this crazy guy all of a
Yeah,
sudden.
he goes
And
30 ain't hot on him.
But he
yeah,
want to be famous. That's why Shirley wasn't even first pick. I don't even know that y'all find out who he really wanted. And then
No.
Dre, is he a witness? Because he say you said you didn't even love Ernesto.
I
You
what
said
always speculated that he was trying to get with Cynthia because he had
Bailey.
made a Cynthia from the
Bailey.
Housewives, from Atlanta Housewives. I always
Mm-hmm.
thought that was his first pick, but because he made reference to like Peter and him kind of having a similar background, like he was touching on it, but then I forgot who he was talking to. It was either Dre. It was definitely was Dre, but then
He talked
they
about Peter a
started.
few times. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they were talking about somebody else, but like he was just like, cause Dre was like, well, he was like, hey, I tried, but he made reference to like in a different call, like bringing it back up, like, yeah, like if it wasn't for Peter or something like that. I've always felt like it was Cynthia from the
I, be,
Atlanta Housewives. That's who I think he really wanted, but that was way out of his range.
I
But he
believe that
just
too.
mentioned her in one of the calls too, or to the Shirley calls, the
You think
recent
it was
one.
Kenya? Somebody else said they thought it was Claudia, too.
Claudia
Claudia
Jordan.
Jordan. Yeah, a few people said that.
Well,
Okay,
you
last
know,
thoughts, ladies. Go ahead, Vicky.
real quick, this is not my last thought, but then I'll make my last thought.
Okay.
Claudia Jordan. It's funny that y'all say Claudia because remember, Sonya was trying to get an interview with Claudia, like supposedly she knew Claudia or Ernesto knew Claudia. So it's possible Claudia doesn't have a good track record with men either. I mean, the whole Atlanta. I just need God to send down a group of men, like good men, down to Atlanta because it's just slim pickings down there. Once you hit like 35, 40,
Yes.
these good men become few and far between, or they playing for the other team. My
Slim
my
Pickens in California too. You see
huh?
what Shay doing. Slim Pickens in California too.
Or it's slim pickings in Vegas. Period. So,
Well,
I mean, it's
to
it's slim
answer you
pickings
real quick
everywhere.
on that one, Vicky, That is the first question. Being a single woman out here,
Portia.
where you are you originally from Georgia? And once they answer yes, I'm like you. It was very nice to meet you. I'm married, and it's been a pleasure. And I keep it moving. I don't. I want to transplant like myself. So you can be living here because clearly this is where I live, but you cannot be from here. That's my solution to it, Vicky. But go ahead with your final thought.
My final thoughts is this whole conversation began with him trying to get Shirley some help, and him trying to tell Dre what to do with his truck for Shirley, and it didn't end up that way. Um, he still did not find any success for his wife, and it's like I understand why Dre couldn't do it. Dre has a full life. Now
Yeah.
Dion and Lamont, and I don't know what the hell's going on with Daryl. Well, hopefully we find out a little bit more about Daryl. Apparently Daryl just some hater who's nosy. But Daryl sounds like he got a wife and he ain't trying to he ain't trying to
Did you
get
let your
involved.
husband get involved in this mess? No. Okay, this your final thoughts. All right.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying. So he still didn't get any success for help with Dre, and this was all this call was to me. I mean, I know Dre was venting, and he's trying to get his son together, and I do have empathy for him. I have an extreme amount of empathy for him. I do hope he and his son and the whole family, they're able to come together and um, work out the issues with the young man, and in a way that he becomes a success. It may not be serious mental health issues. He may just need to go through this time period and feel himself for a little bit, be put out, be not, I'm not saying put him out on the streets, but like stop doing so much for him
Yeah.
and just
Only thing I can do is feed you. You know what I mean?
right, yeah, you get a
I'm
little
not
food.
even feeding you. I could house you.
But I mean,
You
even
gonna
that,
eat me in
like,
front of your kid face?
and it sounds like things have gotten worse, from the recent calls, because it sounds like he is being even more. That's why I said it was mental
Unless
health.
this one of Drake, y'all know what? We said this before. Sorry, Drake be putting on. So y'all think this just his basement flooded. He fell down the stairs. I'm paying bills next. So man, I gotta do this. Y'all,
This could be, yeah, you're right. That could be Dre's excuse to like, I can't help. Dre's like, I got a yard full. I took DeAndre's car back.
Got a
It
yard
can't be
full
the
of
same
cars.
thing for 3 years now. Like, come on.
I got a yard full. That I mean, he didn't even try to find any options for. He did. That you might be right, Lady T Bug. He did not try to find the option for Shirley. He just was like, I can't. As far as come get that truck, can't get that. I got a yard full. Got a yard. I got a yard full, and cause I took DeAndre car from him.
He
But
on vapes. He on alcohol.
I do hope that Drake kind of realizes that I mean, it's cool to vent to if you want to vent to your buddy, but he is not a father.
Mm-mm.
He's not a father.
Mm-mm.
Just because you've seen him in pictures, you haven't been talking to that man that much. Like you said, when you call him, I'm in a meeting, I call you back.
What
That's
meeting?
it. Meetings with the whole meetings, his interviews. I mean,
Interview? Yeah.
that's that. But I'm just saying. So like, this was a very great call. I hope to hear this one. I hope, and maybe in members, maybe hint hint, wink wink, nod nod.
I got you, Vic. I
Okay.
got you.
So
Uninterrupted, okay? No,
yeah,
no country talking over it.
I love your country talk, but these were two great calls. I just think that he needs to vent it out. And sometimes I know that we as adults, we just kind of grin and bear the stuff, and we don't really have a place to vent. This is just the wrong person to vent to. It really is the wrong person to vent to, because I have friends like this. They're good people, not Nesto, but I have good people as friends, but they tend to bring it back to themselves, and it's like, well, damn, okay, but he doesn't need to talk to Ernest anymore about his issues, because Ernest just feeds off of the negativity, because he's happy that somebody else is going through something, and that he feel like he ain't the only bad dad out there, and it just it's all bad with Ernest. But he made sure he earned his tennis shoes today. He was a good prison bitch by sitting on that phone and calling him back twice, making sure Dre pays for
His
both
man
calls.
up.
He earned his tennis shoes and probably I don't know how much. I think Dre put like $100 on
$100,
$100.
$100.
He put $100 on his
I think
account
it was $100.
and Dre Nesto earned it, and plus probably some packs of noodles. So there you go. And thank you, Lady T Bug. This was a great panel tonight. I forgot everybody who was up here. Thank you, everybody.
Thank
Love
you,
when Vicky
Vicky.
does that.
I'll go next.
Next.
What I want to say is, and Miss Boogie
Okay.
Down, you get a kick out of this. We all know at this point, not this call, but the most recent call with Dre still talking about his son. But we all know that they're talking to us now. So I'm starting to suspect that Dre, this is stepmama season. I'm suspecting that Dre is looking for us to, help him parent. Because he knows, number one, he's not opposed to talking to women from the internet. So, Miss Boogie Down, I'm not saying you, but I'm just saying he out there looking for our advice on this. So, I think this whole discussion, hopefully, because he has found,
I
he
got you,
listened to you
Dre.
before, because remember you were the only one who played that positive call. So, if Dre, you listen, the ladies here, all of us, we gave us, some input, and we understand it's a complicated subject. And it was very interesting to hear all the different perspectives and point of views. And the one thing I do love about your panel, Lady T Book, first of all, I like that you going back and giving fuller context on the calls, but the fact that we can kind of flesh these subjects out is not just left up, and the burden is not just on the person who is whose channel or platform it is. You kind of include us into the whole process, even if we don't agree. We can do it, as women, grown women, and even come around to just accept it is what it is. So as usual, it was a pleasure being here on the panel.
Yes.
Again, I'm just like Vicky. I'll just give a shout out to everybody that came up, and of course everybody in the chat because they're active too. And I feel bad when I'm on the panel. I sometimes forget to read the chat, but we do see you guys. At least I do off to the corner of my eye. So thank you as usual, and everybody. Have a nice rest of your night, and if you're going into the work week, hopefully it's productive and it's good. That's it.
All right.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Bank.
Yes, I'm
Next.
gonna close out. I'll close out with like I said, I won't lie to you, brother Dre, if you listening. I'm not a fan, but on this one here, I'm on your side.
Yeah.
And all I can tell you is that there is no manual to raising these kids. And today's kids, they different from our generation, for those of us born in the 60s and the 70s, and these kids being born in the 90s and the early 2000s. It's just they different. And but the only thing I will say is that I know it's easier said than done, but don't give up on your child. Your child is, whether it seems like it or not, he's wanting you more in his life, even though he seems to be pushing you further away. We think that we're doing the best that we can by trying to
Yeah.
afford these kids things that we didn't have. I'm number 4 of 5 kids. I have 2 blue collar parents. And they did the best that they could. But by the time it got to me, I had to figure out other means to make sure I got through college. And so did my younger sister. But I was grateful that I had older siblings that were able to contribute in certain ways. Like my oldest brother put me on his credit card, and that helped out with, meals and stuff like that when my parents just didn't really have it to send in. And stuff like that. And I had an older sister who would sit up there and, give me, I had an account with Barnes and Nobles to get my books and stuff like that. And these things help. The bottom line is I would incorporate, if I were you, since you got this young man, Dre, that your son seems to be talking to, and I would even incorporate his other brother.
Yeah.
And y'all need to just, give it to him straight. But you got to make sure as well that if you're not there in your presence, there's got to be a plan. Without execution, it is like faith. Faith without, you can pray all you want, but if there is no plan and nobody is following through, there is no work that is going to be prosperous. So at the end of the day, don't give up on your kid. Don't give up on yourself. And just know that the direction that you went, maybe that's not the path. You just need to find a new path, but don't give up on your son. These Black boys, they need you, Black men, in their lives. And please, please, please stop talking to your friend other than the fact that you want us to respond to you, because that's what we're going to do here as nurturers. As a mother, and as a woman, I will never know what it is to be a man and what y'all go through, especially in society. But I know what it's like to be a Black woman. I know what it's like to be perceived as something that we're not naturally, because we do things a certain way. And your son right now, he's trying to figure out life. And these calls that we're listening to, old and present day, the good thing is it seems like your son is still at that place. So you haven't had to go bail him out and stuff like that. And you know what I mean? So that's God's way, in my opinion, of showing you that there's still hope. You know what I mean? And real talk, your kid is in my prayers as a mom of Black sons. At the end of the day, we can't keep losing our kids to the streets and letting the streets raise our kids. We got to get in there, and it gets ugly, and you do give up or whatever have you. But if you can't do it at that time, you got to arrange a situation where you tag somebody in, because I've had to put one out. But I made sure that I had a tag in. So where you not hearing me, I made sure his brother and his father that was there for his support when I had to be tough. And that's all I'm saying. Incorporate all of your kids. It takes a village. That's the era that all of us come from, Dre. I'm in my 50s just like you. You leaving your 50s and I'm in the beginning, but at the end of the day, we come from the same cloth. It takes a village. You got the tag in the village. As always, Lady T-Bug, love your content. The panelists, you guys are amazing. Love the different viewpoints as well, as mothers, as aunties, and just as friends that we all can give and just look out for with one another. But again, Dre, please stay away from Nesto. He doesn't know what it is barely to be a man, let alone a father or a productive father. So have a good one. Take it easy, Lady T-Bug.
Thank you, Miss Boogie Down. All right, out the bushes. You got your final thoughts?
Yeah, I just agree. Don't give up on your son, even though it sounds like I be going hard, but it's the fake hard, because mine is right here with me. So don't be talking to them jailhouse men that you met when you was in jail. You got to leave the past behind. You said he wasn't calling you when he was in all the meetings, okay? So, no. If you got to counsel the internet on your son because he playing too many games, maybe that'll motivate him to get a job to pay the internet bill, because it might need to be baby steps. But Brother Dre, it's going to be okay. Gather all your sons, take them on the road. Let them know how hard that road is so they can choose another road. All in all, he going to have to take care of himself at one point. And since you are here and alive, I feel like he needs to use every bit of that moment instead of spending that $100 on his homie, talking to him, getting him some whatever he getting. You need to spend that $100 on even a book to research what's going on, a trip, whatever. I don't know, but invested in your family and not in your jailhouse homie who didn't even have time for you when you was on the streets. And I'm just looking forward to the next saga. Thank you for letting me be here. Thank you, everybody on the panel. I'm having a wonderful Sunday being here with y'all. So I will be, in the YouTube streets and the YouTube chats. And to the next one.
All right. Thank you, out the bushes.
Oh,
Thanks,
you're welcome.
ladies. All right. Thank y'all so much. We're about to end the live. I had this up here from a previous call, and I was trying to look for something to play to take us out. I said, let me put Dre up here. Put some respect on Dre's name. Don't worry about Miss Shirley. Okay. Oh, we gotta do our Sunday ritual before we get out of here.
Jesus, be a fence round my edges every day.
You gotta trust God to protect you.
Jesus, I want you to protect my edges as I grab these sprays.
You know He can.
Yes, Lord.
You know He will.
Yes, Lord.
Protect your edges.
Yes, Lord.
If you keep still.
Yes, Lord. Lord, be a fence all around my edges.
Good night, y'all. I'll see you tomorrow. And happy birthday again to all the Tauruses. Taurus gang gang. They said, take your ass to bed. I'm finna get me a snack, y'all. And then I'm going to sleep.